If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Gisela K. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we're going to be watching day 6 of the Chandler Halderson trial. The trial is a 10-day trial from January of 2022, and we are watching it together as a community for the first time, even though some of us have already seen the trial before. So I am really enjoying watching this trial with you, as horrifying as this topic is. If you do not know anything about this case, please expand the description box and then you can read a bit of case background there. You can also find the link to the playlist, and I would highly recommend checking out day 1's opening statements from the state, because their timeline was very detailed and you'll catch up in no time. Welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. Welcome to all my patrons, members, subscribers, any locals in chat, and any family and friends of Krista and Bart Halderson, the victims in this case. Krista was 53, Bart was 50 years old, and their son, Chandler Halderson, when he was 23 years old, on July 1st of 2021, shot them and dismembered them. And here we are, okay, watching this trial in 2024, still talking about this case because it's absolutely crazy. All right, so I'm going to move myself over here, bring up the defluffed footage for us. Okay, so we've got it here. And it's 4 hours and 6 minutes total today. And we're going to be seeing, part of today's testimony will be that haunting, surveillance camera. It was like a ring cam, I think, that saw the house and could see that somebody was burning something in that house, in that fireplace. You could just see the light going in the early morning hours on July 2nd of 2021. So we're going to see that today as well. We've got some more testimony coming up. We've got medical examiners. And I look forward to that with you. Please know that we'll be watching this entire trial together, right? We're not taking a day of break. That's not the plan, unless there's an unlikely event or something. But this is day 6. So we're still, after this, got day 7, 8, 9, and 10. Day 10 will include closing arguments. We'll watch the verdict, and we'll also watch the sentencing. And then after that, I plan to watch the ex-girlfriend's police interviews with you. I know they're out there, but we've never watched them together. A little bit as members. We did a member stream before. But I plan on watching those with you as well. Okay, are we ready now? Are we good? Okay, let's put the sound on, and here we go.
Able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference if you could.
All right.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Stephen Greiber, S-T-E-V-E-N-G-R-E-I-B as in boy, E-R.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm retired.
What are you retired from?
Law enforcement.
In what capacity were you in law enforcement?
I was an investigator or detective for most of my years.
Sure.
I'll say that I was a law enforcement officer.
Sure. In full transparency, at times you and I have worked together in our careers.
Yes.
Where at?
At the Dane County District Attorney's Office.
And how long were you at the District Attorney's Office?
12 years.
Fair to say, since you retired, unfortunately, we haven't kept in contact or anything, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where do you live, sir, in relation to Bart and Krista Halderson?
I live directly across the street. If our houses are almost like a mirror image of each other, if I went out my driveway, across the street, I'd go into their driveway. So our garages face each other and the front of our houses face each other.
In the early part to the mid part of July of last year, was there some significant police presence in your neighborhood?
Yes.
Was that for an ongoing period of time?
Yes.
At some point, did you talk to a police officer about something you perhaps noticed or remembered from July 1st of 2021?
Yes, I did.
Just first of all, if you could set the stage, what were you doing that day, July 1st?
Well, July 1st, initially, I had been up I have a garden that's away from my property. It's relatively large, a vegetable garden. So I'd been up there most of the day. And then later in the day, my granddaughter had a softball game. So I had attended that softball game, which was like around 6 o'clock in the evening.
Sure. What happened when you arrived home?
So when I came home, which probably been an hour later, about 7 o'clock-ish, somewhere in there. But I had previously harvested some radishes out of my garden and had them in a 5-gallon pail, so I had taken them out into my front driveway and had cleaned them up, just cutting off the excess leaves and stuff like that. But I had sat in a park bench that I have sitting in my driveway that's sitting between the 2 garage doors because I have a 3-bay garage door, or garage.
About what time in the day were you out in your lawn or the driveway there cleaning the radishes?
It was probably about 7 o'clock-ish, somewhere around that time.
Okay. And what did you notice around that time that caught your attention?
Well, what caught my attention was while I was there doing that for a period of time, all of a sudden I could detect a strong odor just of burning wood. And so I thought someone maybe had a fireplace or I should say a fire pit or something outside going. They're just burning some firewood. But about 5 minutes or so later, all of a sudden that odor of burning wood became a distinct odor that was more like in the line of what I thought someone was like barbecuing a large pork, like in one of these large barbecue pits or whatever that can hold a whole pork.
Okay. And how long did that smell persist in your neighborhood?
Well, for the remainder of the time I was outside, it was present, kind of became real strong, kind of like a pungent smell, to the point that I actually walked down my driveway half the distance and kind of looked up and down the street to see if anybody was doing anything like grilling or something else was going on, and I didn't see anything at that point.
Okay. If you had to guess, or if you had to estimate distance-wise from the location you are to the Halderson home, about how far away is it?
About maybe 100 to 130 feet.
Okay. And you have that observation that day. You're not here to say exactly what that smell was, right?
Other than it smelled to me like, yeah, it was something burning of a meat or fats or something.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this
No, thank you. No cross-examination for that. Oh man, that must be just so terrifying, horrible to think about in hindsight. That what he was smelling was Chandler Halderson burning his parents' remains in the fireplace in the home. This is just like, he's like, he noticed something. A lot of retired law enforcement in that area, huh? Noticing a lot of things. Chazzy didn't count on that. Chazzy is Chandler Halderson. He called himself Chazzle Dazzle on Snapchat.
witness be released and excused?
Amen.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good remainder of your day.
Good morning, sir. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Colin Lynch, Colinlynch.
And Mr. Lynch, whereabouts do you live?
7022 Bridgman Road.
And what municipality?
Windsor?
Okay. Did you know someone named Bart Halderson?
Yes.
How did you know Bart Halderson?
Neighbor, and we're both commissioners on Lake District.
Sure. I'm going to have you pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you. I'm sorry. Sometimes it's hard to hear in this room. You say you're both commissioners on a Lake District?
Yes, it's a special tax district that acquires funds for the management of the pond that we live on.
Sure. You both back up to the pond?
Yeah, correct.
In relation to Mr. Halderson's house, were you aware of where Bart Halderson lived?
Yes.
Where was your house in relation to his house?
Directly behind him across the pond.
Okay. So if you looked across the pond, you'd see Bart Halderson's house?
You're correct.
Okay. Sir, back in July of 2021, did you have any security cameras at your house?
July 2021, yes.
Okay. What type of security system, or how many cameras did you have at your home?
A total of 13.
Did some of them face the front of your house?
Yes.
And did at least one of them face the rear of your house?
Rearward, yeah.
Okay. And does that camera look toward the pond in some respects?
Yes, the pond is in the images above the ground.
Sure.
Chandler got to check that neighbor's house. Remember when he went around, we saw it on day 2, all the ring cam footage, asking neighbors, so, Do you have any surveillance cameras, any ring cams, anything? What do they see? What can they see of my house? You forgot about this guy. Okay, who was across the pond there. There's a pond at the little Oak Circle complex, right? Or living area. Whoa, this guy had 13 security cameras and it caught something very significant.
So, what was the purpose of that camera when you installed it? Was it to look at the pond or was it to look at something else?
Oh, I had planned when I installed the cameras, I had planned on putting in a pool, and there's terribly risky, terrifying things, and so one of the many reasons for installing cameras at the pool in the rear was the primary purpose of that.
In the mid part of July of last year, were the police having contact with you about your security cameras and perhaps them having some footage that they thought was helpful?
Yes.
And did you provide full access to your security system at that time?
Yes.
In fact, at one point, they actually took your kind of the DVR from your home, did they not?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you later learn that they were particularly interested in maybe the rear camera of your house facing across the pond toward the Halderson house?
Roughly, yes.
And you fully comply with any testing they wanted to do during that time period?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 306. Let me just ask you, do you know what that is?
Yes, it's my camera 6, my property.
Okay. And is that kind of a screenshot?
That would be accurate, yes.
I'll move 306 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
So I think you testified, the deputies took your DVR system and they pulled footage off of it, but you're saying that 306 is at least a screenshot of what that rear camera maybe would have been looking at around that time?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll just move to publish quickly, 306. And you said you were planning to build a pool. Looks like you followed through with that, right?
Amazingly, yes.
Okay. You had no further part in analyzing the video or doing anything like that. That was the sheriff's deputies, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And did they return your DVR to you eventually?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
You may.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good remainder of your day. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you are able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask and are comfortable doing so, please do.
I will, thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good morning, sir. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Good morning, my name is Scott Kuntz, spelled K-U-N-T-Z.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a sheriff's deputy with the Dane County Sheriff's Office in Madison.
Any particular area?
Yeah, I work in our Support Services Division. And in the Support Services Division, I have a number of duties assigned to me. I conduct covert surveillance when we are looking for criminal suspects and their activities. I collect video evidence, audio evidence, image evidence. I participate in search warrants, not only of physical locations, but of devices looking for information. And I perform forensic image, audio, and video analysis.
Highlighting specifically forensic image and audio analysis, what specific training do you have in that field of study?
So in forensic video analysis, specifically, I've got over 1,400 hours of education and continuing education over the course of my career. I am a LEVA, that's L-E-V-A, Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association International Certified Forensic Video Analyst. And that's a certification that is an earned certification through proficiency testing and education, and an examination by a board of examiners of the work that I've conducted. I'm also certified by the International Association for Identification as a forensic video examiner. That is an earned certification that is achieved through successful completion of a technology examination. If you pass that, then you qualify for a practical examination where you're given media to examine and solve problems with that media. I have received certification through NATIA, N-A-T-I-A, that's the National Technical Investigators Association, as a technical investigator. And that is a certification that is earned through examination for your understanding of engineering and electronics as it relates to surveillance.
Are you at any point called upon to teach in these areas of expertise?
Yes, I am.
Tell us a little bit about that.
So LIVA is the organization through which I've earned most of my training. And over the time, they have invited me to be a contract instructor for them. So to date, I have over 2,000 hours of instruction around the world for them. I've been fortunate enough to teach across the United States to law enforcement, to crime lab personnel, private investigators, attorneys, throughout Canada, Hong Kong, Singapore, Sweden, Oman, the UK. There's been a lot of teaching opportunities for that. I've also been given the opportunity to guest lecture at UW-Platteville, at Gateway Technical College in Kenosha, Blackhawk Technical College in Janesville, the National Forensic Academy at the University of Tennessee, and Marshall University in West Virginia. I have taught forensic video analysis and ethics courses at Madison College. I think it was about 7 years. And I've taught a video evidence course at Fox Valley Technical College in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Aside from, and putting this case aside and what you did in this investigation, what types of video problems that do law enforcement have where maybe your expertise is called upon to help them solve? And I guess the better question is, what types of things would you get involved in to help maybe detectives or beat cops solve something they have with a video problem?
So the discipline that I'm trained in and that I perform is forensic video analysis. And that's defined as the scientific examination, comparison, and or evaluation of video and legal matters. The idea is that there should be a systematic and methodical approach to the analysis of data, and the data in this case would be a video, an image, or an audio file. Many times, all we can do as investigators is to just look cognitively at something and try to perceive what we can and make an assessment. The idea with forensic video analysis is that we want to try to get to beyond just a recognition level of understanding, but actually to an identification where we can prove what the data shows through experiments. So forensic video analysis is one of the main duties that I have at the Sheriff's Department. Sometimes it's speed analysis. If there's a traffic fatality and we have video or audio or both of that or imagery, try to reconstruct speed or try to reconstruct locations. Sometimes I am tasked with recording statements of people accused of harming babies. So oftentimes a baby will be injured or killed and then there's no real witnesses to it. And sometimes I will record the statement through a crime scene of somebody recounting the events prior to the baby being in distress. I video record homicide scenes. So in this case, I recorded the homicide scene. I conduct surveillance. I will sometimes do height analysis. So for bank robberies, serious cases, sometimes the question being asked is, how tall is this person? Can we possibly eliminate them as a suspect based on their perceived height? We can perceive height, but we also want to try to prove height, and that can be done in many instances with video.
Sounds like they need this guy in Delphi.
Reconstruction and recreation of events. I've done that a number of times in my career where we will try to recreate events. Today I'll talk a bit about some recreation through a process called reverse projection, where recently I worked a case where the question was, where was this camera when it took this video? And so it was an hours-long process of trying to locate in three-dimensional space where that camera was when it took the images that were involved in that investigation.
And you're wearing a badge, so I'll ask you, in addition to all of that, are you also a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes, I've been a sheriff's deputy for 28 years.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 307. Can you just tell us what that is?
This is my curriculum vitae.
And approximately how many pages is this?
Oh, I don't know, 25 pages.
All right. And is that a summary of your training experience and perhaps some of your education as well?
It is.
All right, I'll move 307 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
In this specific case, at some point were you asked to become involved regarding a video of a homeowner named Colin Lynch who lived on Bridgman Road, perhaps behind the Halderson residence, who had a video facing the rear of his property?
I was.
And did you talk to Mr. Lynch?
I did several times.
And initially, were you able to obtain that video from him?
I was.
How so?
Initially, a copy of the video was provided me by Dane County Deputy Sheriff Michael Wilk. And as I was looking at the video, trying to assess what we had, what we didn't have, what the limitations were with the evidence that we had received, one of the questions that I often ask, especially in very serious cases such as this one, is do we have the purest form, the best evidence possible from that recorder, that DVR, called a digital video recorder. And so initially I worked with the copy that had been given to me. And then eventually I was able to get a video in a couple different formats from that DVR, and I could make an assessment in the laboratory if I had the purest form of what was there.
Sure. And we're going to look at your report, and I know there's a PowerPoint, and we're going to see some video here in a second. But before we do that, I want to ask you, at the time you were performing this work, were you involved in other aspects of the investigation into the deaths of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes, I was.
And just to summarize for the jury so they know maybe what was in your mind while performing some of this work, what you knew around the time that you started performing this work about the investigation.
When the events unfolded at the Halderson residence, I was out of town on personal business. And I believe it was on July 9th, I was contacted by my supervisor. He was then a lieutenant. His name was Matthew Carls, K-A-R-L-S. And he informed me that the Haldersons had disappeared initially and that it was turning into a homicide investigation. And I had also noticed that while I was out of town, just checking news headlines online. So I knew when I came back to work that we were going to be in what we call major case mode, where all resources are devoted to the investigation of the crimes. So I knew that body parts had been found prior to my involvement with the case. And if I remember correctly, an arrest had been made just prior to me getting involved in the case as well. I was shown a couple of photographs of the inside of the Halderson residence. I was informed that it appeared to have been a fire in and around the fireplace in the lower level of the family room at the house. And I was informed that no bodies were found. Typically in our homicides, we find bodies right there. And in this case, that wasn't the situation.
And you produced a report in this case, did you not?
I did.
It's a somewhat extensive report, but I'll provide it to you. I've marked in this case exhibit number 313. Would you absolutely take a drink of water and then take a look at that and let me know, is that your report that you've produced in this case?
Yes, this is my report.
Approximately how many pages is that?
When printed, this report is 36 pages.
And does that summarize your findings into this investigation?
Yes, it does.
All right. I'll move 313 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And I'll show you 308. What does that appear to be?
This is a thumb drive, and it's labeled Kuntz Light Analysis PowerPoint.
And if you produced a PowerPoint in this case to display to the jury, perhaps what's in your report in a more easy to understand fashion.
Yes, I did.
All right. I'll move 308 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
I'll move to publish.
You may.
So as we're queuing this up, I have a couple questions for you. What was the question you were trying to answer in this report? What was the question at hand?
Well, when I initially got briefed on this case upon my return to Madison, I made contact with Deputy Sheriff Mike Wilk. He had been assigned to look at the video from 7022 Bridgman Road, Mr. Lynch's DVR video, and to catalog the series of events chronologically that he observed in the video. I've trained Mike Wilk in the past at Madison College, so I'm familiar with him and his work. And I said, Mike, let's meet. I just want you to show me what you see, what you don't see, and what your observations are. And he indicated to me that on the video, there was a flickering light that he believed was coming from the Halderson residence on the early morning hours of July 2nd, 2021. And I said, what do you believe that light to be? He said, I think it's a fire in that family room at the house. And I asked him why he believed that, and he said things that made sense to me. It's a flickering light. He had knowledge. He told me that there was a fireplace in that room, and I had not yet at that point been in the house. And I said, well, how do you know it's coming from that window? He said, well, I've looked at daytime video, and I think that's where it is. So I looked at that video, and not being familiar at that point with the residents, I thought, he's probably right, but really it's a perception thing. We perceived it probably was that window. So the question I posed to him and to Detectives Shunk and Sims is, I think we have an opportunity here with this video to not only perceive what we think was the source of that light, but to prove it. And so the question really was, where was that light coming from? Not what the source of the light was, but where in the Halderson residence was that coming from?
And so you talked a little bit about forensic video analysis, and you have a slide here. It says the scientific examination, comparison, and or evaluation of video in legal matters. That's perhaps a technical definition, but what's a layman's definition of what this is, what we're about to do?
Sure. So on slide 2 here, I've got the textbook definition of forensic video analysis, but the idea is that regardless of whether it's a liquor theft or a homicide, as an analyst, I should be clinically looking at the data, trying to understand what it can prove, what it cannot prove, what its limitations are, and how firm of a foundation do we have on the data that we're relying upon. If you don't have a forensic video analyst involved between the viewing of the video and the interpretation of the video, the interpretation could be skewed. I use the example sometimes of looking at WebMD. I may not feel well, and I could look at WebMD, and I could diagnose myself with all sorts of things. I might be right, I might be wrong, but I'm not qualified to say. The idea with forensic video analysis is that anybody can look at video, and sometimes we're right in what we perceive from those recordings, but a forensic video analyst is trained to set aside feelings and things that might be contextually bias-based and objectively look at the data and see what it might prove.
Sure. Why do we need you? Why can't I just go on my computer and just zoom in with my fingers and just make an educated guess? What do you add to the mix?
So what a forensic video analyst does is tries to make sure that if science can be applied appropriately, and if it is the right thing to do in terms of can we answer a question. If there's a testable question, something we can quantify, height, speed, identification, in this case, identification, we should try to do that in a valid, repeatable, reproducible manner. So the idea there is that, can I do experiments over and over again and get the same or similar result? Also, can I hand off the data and my report to a like-trained analyst, and could they, without any knowledge of the case, work the data and get the same or similar result if their training and experience and tools are comparable?
Is it your belief and your testimony that your work in this case and in other cases where you perform forensic video analysis can be replicated by other similarly trained people?
Absolutely.
And they, for all intents and purposes, should, if the work is done correctly or in the same way, would probably find exactly the same result?
They will get the same result.
The north side of the Halderson residence was in fact the area that you were concerned with, correct?
That is correct.
Here's a photograph. This photograph appears to be taken on July 22nd, 2021. Just a couple of questions. In this photograph, are we looking at essentially the backyard, looking at the Halderson house?
That's correct. I took this photograph in the backyard at the Halderson residence.
And at your back, when you took this photograph, was that the pond?
Yes.
Okay. The windows are blacked out. Could you just, did law enforcement place that there, or was that like that when you arrived at the scene?
I was at the scene a number of times, in the house, around the house, a number of different occasions. And on July 22nd, when I was there, I spoke with Deputy Sheriff Greg Leatherberry. We worked hand in hand on crime scenes for many years. And he said, by the way, he said the lower level windows in this tri-level house have a black canvas or covering over the windows. And he just wanted to make sure I was aware of that. He asked me if I needed to take those down for any reason. I said no. if we want privacy, we have to create it. And so in homicide investigations in particular, we try to cover up out of sensitivity to the victims and in trying to keep the investigation pure and keep prying eyes from looking into areas that they need not look. The two windows on the lower level in the center were covered, as well as the window on the right, which was the north garage window.
Okay, law enforcement placed that.
Law enforcement placed that on there.
Okay. Here you add some labels. What are we looking at there?
Yes, so to try to do the analysis of where the light source was coming from on the early morning hours of July 2nd, I just put annotations on this image to help familiarize people with what these windows represented. So the window on the far left is what I labeled dining room window number 1. It is in the dining room. The next one to the right is kitchen window number 2. That's the window above the kitchen sink. Kitchen door number 3 had a window in it. It was a walk-through door that went from near the pantry in the kitchen out onto a deck area. Fireplace window number 4, again, my terminology was the window closest to the fireplace in the lower level of the home. Number 5, family room door. That was a walk-through door in that same family room. To the right, TV window number 6. That was a window closest to a television, a flat-screen TV that was mounted on the wall, the west wall of that family room. And then finally, garage north window number 7. That was a small window that was on the north side of the garage.
And we're going to continue to use these labels as we go through your presentation, correct?
That's correct.
What is this?
So slide number 6 that you're looking at is from Google Maps. I've got the hyperlink there on the image. Part of my job involves certified drone operations, and typically in a case such as this, I would fly a drone and we would take pictures from the air to try to demonstrate from a bird's eye view what we have there. This location is not far from the Dane County Regional Airport, so there are some restrictions in flying a drone, as well as we have a limit on how high we can fly drones. So in this case, it was more advantageous to use Google Maps. The reason I put this image in this presentation is to try to orient people to where the camera was at Colin Lynch's house at 7022 Bridgman Road versus the Halderson residence. So on the lower right, I've indicated camera location at 7022 Bridgman Road. The camera was located on the underside of a decking structure. So like the patio, the Lynch home had a patio area where you could walk through some doors and out into the pool area. And just above the door was the deck for the upper level deck. The camera was mounted just below that deck. And that was pointed towards the direction of the Halderson residence. And in the upper left-hand corner of this image, I've labeled Halderson residence. You can see the roof there in that image. And then with yellow annotations, I have indicated the approximate field of view of that camera.
What are we looking at here?
So slide number 8, I put some sample images for a better understanding of what the field of view was from the CCTV or closed circuit television system there. The image on the left is from the daytime on July 2nd. It has no particular significance other than that is just the field of view. You can see the pool area of Mr. Lynch's residence. Further into the scene behind the pool is his backyard. It's grass. Beyond that is the pond. And then way off in the distance, where I have a red line kind of pointing toward the top of that image, is where the Halderson residence is located. That same view at nighttime, indicated on the right side of the screen, is from the early morning hours of July 2nd, 2021. And it's the same scene, just at night.
Okay. You've mentioned a couple of times, we're talking about a several-hour period. Very early, when we say early morning hours, just the first leading into the second, but those early morning hours of July 2nd, for a several-hour period, there was a flickering light that you were concerned with, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this right here?
Excuse me. In slide number 9, a flickering light was recorded on CCTV for several hours at the Halderson residence. This image is enlarged to try to show where on that image you could see, if you watched, where that light was coming from. So I've got a red line here pointing to where that flickering light was located on the Halderson property.
Slide 10, what are we looking at there?
So slide number 10, this is a small video sample of that flickering light enlarged 2 times. And I think it's like a 10-second video. If you hover, you can play it, and it's just a short little clip. If you look carefully where that red line is pointing when the video plays, there is a flickering light in that location.
And we'll look at a good deal of video here in a moment. The unknown is, right, and I think we already talked about this, the question you're trying to answer, the unknown is which window was associated with that flickering light for that several-hour period in those early morning hours of the second.
That's correct.
Okay. You had to answer some questions to solve this question, I would imagine. First being, how was the video file constructed that you had?
Yes, much like when you go to the doctor, they make a visual assessment of you. They listen to you and your symptoms and your explanation of what your issues are. They may do some medical tests, take your pulse, check your respirations, different things, trying to figure out, what is the cause or what is going on. The same thing is true in forensic video analysis. It is not proper to just start diving in and looking at video, but rather interrogating or trying to examine the characteristics of the file or files that you received, because it's that training and experience of how those files are constructed which inform your decisions about what we can say about the video and what we can't say. It shows us our limitations, and it's important to know our limitations going in.
And that brings us to our next slide. What are we looking at there?
Right, so if we start from the top to the bottom just briefly, kind of big to small, I received a bunch of video files, quite a few of them. Those video files were made up of what are called GOPs, G-O-P-S. Those are groups of pictures. So they're families of images that are grouped together mathematically that construct a video. So when we look at a video, it just looks like a video. You hit play and it just runs. But in many of the videos, in fact, most of the videos we look at, there's actually groupings of frames that go together. So those groups of pictures are made up of frames. So if you were to pause a video and just look at a picture, that is a frame of video. There's a frame rate associated with videos. How many refresh pictures do we get every second? Those frames are broken down into smaller segments called pixels. Those pixels are generally little squares of information, and those pixels are finally made up of color channels, reds, greens, and blues. So video is what's called an additive process, where we take primary colors of red, green, and blue. They're mixed together to make all the colors that we see in video, secondary colors. The color channels are what we're at issue here, because those color channels allow us to perceive brightness and color in an image. So that's what is of most importance to me in my analysis in this case, was in the pixels, what were the RGB or red, green, blue values of the pixels defining where that flickering light was located.
In slide 14, is this an example of pixels, essentially?
That's correct. So on slide 14, I put annotations that show an exaggerated view of what we see, where the image on the left is a sample image from the closed-circuit video system at 7022 Bridgman Road. I put an annotation on the left side of 240 and on the bottom 352. That's the pixel count. Vertically, this image is made up of 240 pixels tall, and horizontally 352 pixels wide. On the right side of the screen, I have shown a small portion enlarged to try to show those actual pixels, where they are actual visual little squares of information, just to orient people about the idea that we don't normally see pixels, but in the laboratory we see them all the time.
Got it. And just because it's come up here and it's going to continue to come up, there's a giant white line across the screen there in that major picture, or that larger picture. What is that?
Yes, in this image, there is a support beam that holds up the decking structure of the second floor patio at the Lynch residence. And obviously that was right in front of the camera. We see that illuminated here because the camera itself has what's called near infrared capability. It's got illuminators or LEDs around the lens so that at night you can see in what's an otherwise dark environment. You wouldn't see much with your eyes, but the camera can see differently than your eyes can see. And so we see that reflected here, not only off the ground in the foreground, but also off of that beam.
Okay. So when we talk about pixels, the pixels, you pull out an example there. That example has no significance other than you just pulled that one out, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you identify, or is there a process for identifying where those pixels are on a video that you're looking at?
Yes, there are. So.
And I'll move to the next slide, 15.
Yeah, so slide 15, I put a couple examples in here just to try to illustrate. I like to think of it this way. When we used to hold paper maps and you're trying to find a street or you're trying to find a city, you'd look in the alphabetical listing, where is East Washington Avenue? You find it and it would say L6. You follow down a grid of letters, follow over a grid of numbers, kind of an XY coordinate thing, and then you'd find where you're looking. The same way here. So the way video is structured, the pixels always start with the location of 0. So in the upper left-hand corner in this example, that pixel in the upper left-hand corner would be X position 0, Y position 0, 0, 0. That is its location in two-dimensional space.
Got it. And so if we look at the next slide, perhaps the different corner.
Yeah, so the second example here I made in slide 16 is the opposite. The lower right-hand corner, it's at its maximum X value. It's all the way to the right. It's at its maximum Y value all the way at the bottom. So we would have an X, Y coordinate of 351, 239. And again, those numbers are one less than the total width and height of that image because we start counting at 0 instead of 1.
So these pixels essentially can be placed on a graph.
Absolutely.
Okay. So the question becomes then, the flickering window, what are the XY coordinates of that, correct?
That's what was of concern, yes. Where were they located?
And so when we talk about your overall question, which is which windows flickering, this is maybe the first big question that has to be answered.
Yes.
Okay. But there were some challenges in answering that question.
Yes, there were.
All right. Let's talk about those challenges. And you can start from the top and we'll go down.
Yes.
So we just left this presentation. Challenges of this place. Like they've say what they did, how they did it, and now what the challenges are. The only thing missing here is literal bullet points. We want to see bullet points, but it's just so thorough. I hope you guys are paying attention, okay? Everyone's still every single day just talking about, is this a new trial? And have you listened to the prison calls? There's jail calls out there. Go listen if you want. But right here, right now, we're focusing on this, okay? Pay attention or there'll be a pop quiz. I need to make some questions for you to see if you're listening.
So digital multimedia evidence, video, audio, still images, a term called metadata, the data that's embedded into these files are what's of importance. And when we study digital multimedia evidence, it's often very different than the type of video you might see from a television station. I had the good fortune of working for 2 television stations prior to working here, and the goal was to make the pictures as pretty as possible. In forensic video analysis, we're often dealing with data that isn't very good. It has a lot of challenges, and in this case, the biggest challenge as I saw it was the distance from the lens. So the target, the thing we're trying to observe, wasn't up close. It wasn't like I put a camera in front of somebody or took a selfie and you fill the frame with the information. In this investigation, the distance from the lens at Colin Lynch's house across the pond to the Halderson residence was 367 feet. That is quite a distance. When you couple that with a wide-angle lens, most closed-circuit television cameras have a wide-angle lens, so they can cover a wide area. You may want to cover your whole front yard or a whole area in an entryway to your business or something. The wide-angle lens makes objects appear smaller than they really are. So when you have a wide-angle lens coupled with a long distance, objects appear quite small. And if they're small, there's less detail. Video resolution. The idea with video resolution is if, television pictures are rectangular. So if you think back to school, how do you get the area of a rectangle? It's width times height. That's how we calculate what's called spatial resolution of video, where we would multiply the width in pixels by the height, and that gives us our count. So if you have a camera that's rated as a 12 megapixel camera, it's really just the product of the width times the height. That's how you kind of get there. In this case, this video resolution is 352 by 240. To give you perspective, HD or high definition, 1920 by 1080. So the total resolution for every frame of video here is about 4% of the area of HD. So we're not dealing with a very large data set. We have very limited data available to us. And again, the targets were small, the house windows. That's what was of interest in this investigation. The lighting conditions were a challenge here. The video in question was at night, so it's dark out. The near-infrared lighting from the camera presents 2 different contrast ranges. So in the foreground, we have a lot of contrast. We have brights, we have darks, we have midtones. In the distance, we don't have all that contrast. It's very dark across the backyard and out onto the pond and out onto the Halderson's property. And finally, one of the biggest ones is what's called lossy LOSSY, video data compression. Every digital video recorder that records cameras has to apply what's called lossy data compression. The idea is that when the video files are manufactured in that recorder, if they are not reduced in logical file size or how much space they take on the hard drive, the average consumer of that video would only be able to keep video for a very short time. Could be hours, might be a day. So lossy video compression allows the DVR to be able to store days, weeks, or months of video. And it's a destructive process. So what happens with lossy data compression is we start to lose what's called high frequency details. Things that show scars, marks, tattoos, small details. Our eyes aren't as sensitive to that, so the idea with the engineering is that let's just discard that information. We can still communicate the idea, and people kind of won't notice or care. The other thing that can be affected and is affected with lossy data compression is color purity. How pure are the colors? So if I've got a black shirt on, would it appear black in the video, or would it be some impure color that kind of approximates black? In this case, color was not an issue because the camera was in that nighttime mode, and so the frequencies of near infrared are beyond and infrared are beyond our ability to really see with our eyes. So the camera appears to be black and white when in fact it's a color camera. So these all kind of were in my mind as challenges that would make it more difficult to try to come to an answer of where that window was located versus just looking at the video and knowing readily right away.
Despite these challenges, was it your impression that you could still march on and try to answer that overall question of which window was flickering?
It was.
And you used a process called reverse projection, correct?
Yes.
Reverse projection, the scientific process of determining the position, size, or height of an object captured in a video image, achieved by superimposing and aligning the original image over a control image with the same or identical camera in the same position. So tell us about that real quick, other than just what's on the screen. What is this?
So reverse projection has been around in the forensic community, I think, since the 70s. It was originally used by traffic investigators. If a photograph was taken at a traffic crash scene, the idea was you could go back to that location, figure out where that photo was taken. Once they're what's called registered or aligned, the historic image with a new image you might take would allow you to make measurements and to place markers and to place things. So reverse projection is used as a very powerful tool in our forensic processes here at the Sheriff's Office for, again, achieving an understanding of height of a person, location of debris at a traffic crash, location of vehicles at a traffic crash, and in this case, trying to locate where the windows were located in the darkness off in the distance. So we have historic images from July 2nd. The goal then would be to take new images, superimpose them, make sure they're aligned in the X direction, left and right, the Y direction, up and down, the Z direction, in and out, depth, and then the rotationally. And we were in a good position in this case because the target hadn't moved. The Halderson residence is still in the same spot, hasn't moved. The Lynch residence hasn't moved. The camera had not moved from what we could tell. So we didn't have the amount of work we would where we say, where on earth was this picture taken? We already knew some of those variables were already controlled. And so it was just a matter of going through the work of trying to figure out, where those windows were located.
Right. So you had your images from July 2nd, and then on July 30th, you go out with a couple guys to the Lynch residence and to the Halderson residence, and you perform kind of this experiment of sorts.
Yes.
Okay. You involve Mr. Wilk, Deputy Wilk, and tell me how this process worked.
Yeah, so one of the things that I always want to do before we embark on any kind of reconstructive work at a crime scene is to try to determine, do we have variables that have changed that are going to affect the experiment? So the most obvious one to me is, do we have the same camera, the same lens, the same connectors, the same wiring, the same DVR, all of that? Because if you don't have the same recording device, you can still do the work, but I think it diminishes the strength of an opinion that can be formed from the data you collect. And so in this case, I had a couple conversations with Mr. Lynch, one I think by phone, asking him those very questions. Have you done anything to your recorder? No, I haven't done anything, he responded. I said, good, and I was seeking his consent to be able to do these experiments because we would have to gain access to his home and access to his digital video recording system in the home. as well as be in the backyard again of the Halderson residence after dark. And he said he would allow us to do that work. And so I talked to Deputy Wilk, I spoke to my supervisor, Lieutenant Carls, and said this is what I think we should do here, is to try to get a greater understanding of where that light was coming from. I received the go-ahead from the administration at the Sheriff's Department to do this work. So on July 30th, it was a Friday evening, I met in front of the Halderson residence with Deputy Wilk and with Lieutenant Carls. I briefed them again on what I wanted them to do. And what I had done was I took a 48-inch piece of angle iron steel and I connected magnetic LED lights to it. So we had approximately 3 feet of vertical light. And then the bottom foot of that stick, kind of like a lightsaber, you could hold on to without having lights beneath your hands. What I told Deputy Wilk was I said, we're going to be in cell phone contact. I'm going to be over at the Lynch residence across the pond. You, Deputy Wilk, are going to be in the Halderson backyard. I said, I'm going to give you direction where I want you to stand. And when I give you the command, what I'd like you to do is take that lightsaber, that stick, and just move it slowly in front of the window of where you're standing. I don't want you to wave it wide. I don't want you to hold it up high or low. I want you to be in front of, from the camera's perspective, where the frame of the windows would be. And I said, I'll tell you when to stop, and I'll tell you when to move to the next window. So I gave him kind of an idea of what we're going to do. So once we did it, it would go quickly and efficiently. So we didn't inconvenience Mr. Lynch beyond what we needed to do.
Got it. So to recreate the experiment, you essentially had another deputy who you were on the phone with, who stood in front of the windows, moving a light around as you filmed him, presumably with the same camera from Mr. Lynch.
Yes.
Okay. But you discovered an offset, correct, in your work over at Mr. Lynch's house?
Yes, I did. So we conducted these experiments, collected the data from the DVR, and I went back to the laboratory at the sheriff's office and started examining the data. And to try to say, well, we want apples to apples comparison, we have to make sure that that's the case. Mr. Lynch told me that he had not done anything to his DVR system, but he did say to me, he said he had been doing some reconstruction work on the deck, I think replacing some deck boards or something. He said they've been doing a lot of hammering, sawing, pounding. He said there's a possibility that the camera might have moved, but he said he had not done anything to move that camera or to alter it in any way. When I was in the laboratory trying to register the images from July 2nd with the images we collected from July 30th, the Y direction, the vertical, was dead on. It was in exactly the same tilted position, up and down. The X position, however, the left and right, was off. And I saw what you see here as a sample, as an example, that the pillar was offset. When I measured how far it was offset, it was 7 pixels. And so that had to be factored into the calculations of the XY coordinates of every window that we were going to measure, that, okay, these camera is essentially in the same location. However, it had moved by the equivalent of 7 pixels on the recording.
Okay. In many ways, you're lucky that this pillar was here and that it was an immediate, obvious error that needed to be corrected in the camera.
That's correct.
Okay. And so you say when you performed this work, you had to adjust 7 pixels to the left, and that brought you back into the original state of the Lynch video on the night of July 2nd.
Yes.
Okay.
And the defense is like, 7 pixels, huh? 7 pixels. Definitely not the window.
In performing this work, you did something called frame averaging. Quickly, if you could tell us what that is.
Yes, so frame averaging is what's called a noise reduction process. Whenever you record video, audio, or still images, you get what's called a signal to noise ratio. Signal is the stuff you want. Noise is the stuff you don't want. So in this case, the signal are the things in the scene we want to record. The noise is generated by the image sensor in the camera, the circuitry in the camera. Noise can be generated by the compression process in the digital video recorder. Cumulatively, all these things become visual problems for us to try to see clearly. What frame averaging does for us is, instead of just stopping the video on one frame and taking a look and making an assessment, what we do is we take subsequent frames and we mathematically average them together. So the idea is, in any sampling, if I just take one sample of a population, I can make an assessment, but that assessment may or may not be right. The reality is we would have to take more samples to know if our result is reflective of the population. If I were to look at one image and say, ooh, there's a flickering window, I might be right, but the reality is I don't know. So I want to sample multiple images. And in this case, I sampled over 90,000 images to make sure that we consistently saw
Sampled over 90,000 images. Okay.
flickering light in the same position throughout that duration of time. What frame averaging does is it allows us to see mathematically what happened in that area during that time, because images are just numbers. So those RGB values for each pixel, if we were to average those together over time, that allows us to see what's normally there. Visually, what that does for me is it allows me to more clearly see the edges of that bright window in that dark environment.
So using frame averaging, you were able to determine what the XY coordinates of the flickering window were.
I did.
And if we're zoomed in now, obviously really close, I think everyone can see the timestamp, but that white thing on the right, that's the pole that we've been looking at the whole time, but now we're zoomed in, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So at that point, you know the coordinates of this window that was flickering, and you're out there doing this experiment, and you have this guy over there, this other deputy, waving the light stick around, and you're going to frame average those images as well to come up with the experiment image, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so then you're going to start comparing and contrasting. So let's start with the dining room window, the first one. So we're going to move left to right, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so dining room window on the far left. What are we looking at there? And we'll go through this one with some detail, and then we'll move a little quicker because some of these are going to be quite similar. But what are we looking at there?
Sure. So what I've got here on slide number 30 is a frame averaged image on the left of the flickering window, the questioned image from the night of July 2nd. Its companion to the right is Deputy Wilk in a frame averaged set of images standing in front of the dining room window to try to show the two locations of the flickering window, which is the questioned window, versus the known window, which was dining room window number 1.
Right. On the right image, this is your experiment, and you look to have essentially duct taped an iPad to that pole at this point, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a clock on there?
Yeah, because I didn't really know what all testing we were going to need to do. And so I took an iPad and just strapped it to the pole to make sure it was in the image, ran a stopwatch so I had a time reference that was reliable if we needed to do any timing information in the future.
Right. The time's not going to be relevant for us today, though.
No.
Okay. But if anyone's ever confused the image with the clock on it or that you have on that pole, that's the sample image that you took from your experiment.
That's correct.
And the other one is the actual raw footage from the night of July 2nd or the early morning hours of July 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at there?
So in slide 31, these are the same images, just enlarged slightly and cropped to help better focus on the area of interest, which is the two windows, the question window on the left from the night of July 2nd, or the morning of July 2nd, rather, and then on the right from our first test in front of the dining room window.
Right. So you determined then the XY coordinates of the flickering window. You already had those. And then the XY coordinates of your sample of the dining room window, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you laid those on a graph.
Yeah, I made in slide 34 a graphic representation to help better visually show the actual locations in two-dimensional space. So video is just a two-dimensional representation of that scene. So in 2 dimensions, if we were to go to the next slide, the red box on the left is the location of the dining room light where Deputy Wilk stood, waved his light. I frame averaged through to try to see on average where the light fell. And on the right is the location of the flickering window.
And you reached a conclusion.
Right. So in the first experiment, the conclusion was that the flickering light on July 2nd was not coming from the dining room light, or the dining room window, rather.
If anyone is new to the case, the reason they're looking at this flickering light is because Chandler Halderson was keeping the fireplace going, and they're trying to make sure that the camera caught that, right? To also add to the evidence that they have against him, which is a lot. Because he had, I think that was his main plan, to burn his parents' remains in the fireplace. But the dumbass didn't know that that would not work. So he attempted to burn some. Okay, they found over 100 bone fragments in the ash trap. So he had burned some. There was also blood evidence around there. We saw some luminol testing yesterday. But this is so eerie. We're going to see the video as well. I've sped it up. because otherwise like 30 minutes of just looking at this footage. So don't worry, we won't sit here for 30 minutes in silence. But to see that flickering light going, and it gets brighter and brighter, probably because he, threw an accelerant onto the fire to get it hotter, because we saw the bubbling of the frame. But just to see it is so eerie, knowing now what he was actually doing.
Okay, so we'll keep walking across the back side of the Halderson house. Now we're on to kitchen window 2. You performed the same experiment with Deputy Wilk, moving the light around that night?
That's correct.
And again, we have our coordinates that are known of the flickering window, the coordinates that you obtained from your experiment, and you laid those on a graph, correct?
I did. So in slide 43, again, a representation of where those windows were, and the image, or the red block on the left, represents the location of that kitchen window, and the red block on the right is the location of the flickering light from the morning of July 2nd.
And you reached a conclusion there.
I did. So like the first experiment, the second experiment was that the conclusion was that the flickering light was not coming from the kitchen window on July 2nd.
We'll keep going. Kitchen door. Now we're in the third light in from the left at the kitchen door. We have our images there, same as before, of the original image, the sample image from the test, the coordinates we've been looking at, and the coordinates you were able to obtain from your experiments. You laid those on a graph as well.
Yeah, so in slides 52 and 53, I'm showing in red the locations of where those lights were. The image, the red area on the left is actually the kitchen door light location in 2 dimensions. And on the right, the flickering light location from the early morning hours of July 2nd. And
you reached a conclusion there?
I did. The flickering light was not coming on July 2nd from the kitchen door.
All right. Now we're on to the fireplace window, the 4th window in. Here on the left, the original frame average of the original image from the Lynch house in the early morning hours of the 2nd. On the right, your experiment with Deputy Wilk moving that light around, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There are the coordinates that you were able to obtain from the original Lynch video. And on the right, are those the coordinates that you were able to obtain from frame averaging your experiment?
They are.
Okay. And you laid those on a graph?
I did. So in slides 61 and 62 of this presentation, it's hard to show things that are on top of one another. So what I showed in red here was the location of the flickering window from July 2nd. And on top of it, with green dots, I showed the corners of where our light test showed the location of Deputy Wilk standing.
Is that perhaps a more zoomed in version of what you were trying to show there?
That's correct.
Okay. You reached a conclusion there?
Yes, so in slide 64, the conclusion was clear to me that the flickering light from July 2nd was coming from the fireplace window, the window closest to the fireplace.
Okay. And then we'll just talk quickly about the remainder, of course. You went through all of the windows on the rear side on that first level, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now talking about the family room door, same process. The original image, the image from the test. You laid the coordinates from each one, put them on a graph, and reached a conclusion that regarding the family room door. And what was that conclusion?
I did. In slide 73, the flickering light on July 2nd was not coming from the family room, or from the family room door.
Excellent. Then just briefly to TV room 6. So now.
So even when he finds where the flickering light is coming from, obviously, as a process of elimination, he's still going to do all the other windows and doors, right? To do a full investigation there. Okay, you guys don't listen to the question. Look at this pop quiz. How many meters away is the window from the camera lens? So if you if you were paying attention, then you would remember how many feet. And now you got to convert that to meters, okay? And if you don't remember, you weren't paying attention. And then you are busted.
Or the 6th window over from the left. Same process, the original image, the sample image, the coordinates of the pixels. You laid it on a graph, and reached a conclusion there. What is that conclusion?
Yes, in slide 82, the flickering light on July 2nd was not coming from the TV window.
Okay. Now we're looking at, lastly, on this image, or this PowerPoint, the garage north window. That's that farthest window to the right, correct?
Correct.
Same process. You had your original image, you had your experiment, and you reached a conclusion there.
Yes, so in slide 86, the conclusion on that experiment was that the flickering light on July 2nd was not coming from the garage north window.
Just briefly tell us about this slide and why you included it.
So in slide 87, this is image 80,389 from the crime scene video that I recorded throughout the scene. And it shows the window from the inside closest to the fireplace. This is what I've been referring to in the experiments as fireplace window number 4.
Okay. And it is your conclusion that it was this window that was the source of the flickering light in the early morning hours of July 2nd?
Yes.
Okay, so now you know when you see it from, outside, it's going to be this window where all this flickering light is coming from because of what Chandler Halderson was doing here in this fireplace. For you guys who say we don't use meters here, we are an international audience, so you're going to have to learn to convert. I have to convert. We don't use feet. We don't use the American, digits and measurement units. We use meters, right? So if I can convert, you can convert. So that was why it's a a detailed pop quiz. Yeah, you guys are busted. Some of you weren't listening. Okay, so are we ready? We're gonna I think they're gonna show us a few more pictures of the fireplace. We've seen quite a lot of them throughout this trial as well. It's just so horrible to think what he did. He apparently put his parents' heads in there. So that is just, I don't even know how this guy did this. And at 23 years old, what? And then he lied like he did. It's just like, what a case, right? So they're going to show us the fireplace and everything. And then eventually we're going to see that presentation of the flickering light.
You calculate some uncertainty here, correct?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So whenever we're doing experiments with data, it's important to try to identify any uncertainties, things that we can know. Some people call them error rates. I don't know if that terminology is exactly appropriate in this discipline. Uncertainties are the terminology that I received in my training from the folks at the FBI in doing reverse projection. There's certain certainties that we can calculate, and there's certain things we cannot calculate because we'll never know. In this case, there was an uncertainty that could be calculated, and that's called resolution uncertainty. So in slide 88 here, I listed it's the smallest possible measure that can be deduced from a two-dimensional recording. And that's affected by the camera, lens, recording, all the factors that I've mentioned earlier. So we want to say what, in terms of granularity, what's the smallest thing we could see from this recording?
Okay, and you included a photograph there.
Yes, so in slide 89, I've annotated the dimensions of the windows that I took with a Stanley tape measure when I was in the Halderson's backyard to have an idea of what is the actual measurement of those windows versus the perceived measurement in terms of pixels on the recording.
Okay. And you calculated some uncertainty there.
Yes, so here I've put side by side the same window, fireplace window 4. On the left, the height was 49 inches tall. On video, on the right, it was 4 pixels tall. And likewise, the horizontal measurement on the left, 72 inches wide was that window. On video, it was 6 pixels wide. So if we do the mathematics on it, on the next slide here, it'll show if we divide 72 inches wide by 6 pixels wide, we end up with 12 inches per pixel horizontally. So every time we saw one of those little squares in video, it represented a measurement of approximately 12 inches. So we wouldn't see a little tiny detail like you would if you took a selfie or you had a camera up close. 12 inches horizontal, and vertically, mathematically, it came out to 12.25 inches. So anything smaller than that, we just can't tell from that distance.
Okay. So after calculating the uncertainty and looking into all the variables and all of your work, based on your training and experience, is it your testimony that, in fact, fireplace window 4 was the source of the light in the early morning hours of July 2nd?
Yes, it is.
All right. You might want to take a drink of water. I'm just going to ask to approach the judge here for 1 second.
It's like, you might want to take a drink of water.
After essentially concluding in this case that fireplace window 4 was the source of the flickering light, you were actually asked to look at the video itself and do some work on the video to put it in a more presentable fashion of those early morning hours of July 2nd.
Yes.
What did you do?
So there was a lot more video that we had than what we're going to present today. But the main focus in this part of the investigation was that flickering light. So I took the video, enlarged the video, and I was asked to try to speed it up so we didn't have to look at hours of video, is to try to take portions and speed it up in terms of frame rate, so it would go much faster than real time. We still see the effect of the flickering light, and at other portions to let it run at one time speed so that we could see it in real time, and then just kind of show the duration of that morning, what was seen in that window, fireplace window number 4.
Sure. And just so everyone's on the same page, when you say you enlarge the video, are you confident that you're staying authentic to the video or that you're not altering it in any way?
That's right. And whenever I do enlargements in the laboratory, I do it in multiple fashions so that I can try to see the visual effect of different types of enlargements that can be done.
Okay. I'm showing what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 315. At least from the labels on this, does this appear to be the video presentation that you put together?
Ooh, the video presentation. Okay, so that will be coming up soon. Jen said, continuously shaking my head at the sheer perfection of all this evidence, right? I mean, how could we not watch this trial together as a community? Even if we're 2 years late, doesn't matter, 2.5 years. 3 years, wait, it was in January 2022. We're like 3 years late. It's okay, because we need to watch this trial together.
Regarding the early morning hours of July 2nd at the Halderson home in that flickering window.
It does.
All right, I'll move 315 into evidence and ask to publish it.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
I'll mostly sit silent, and I understand the video is silent, but I'll promise you the jury's already had a couple opportunities to watch long, silent videos in this case. But I may chime in at times and pause it to ask you questions about why you chose to speed up or slow down during certain portions. And in fact, when we start playing the video, we'll pause it and I'll just have you explain what the jury's looking at briefly. It's been printed off, and is that exhibit 309?
It is.
And does that appear to be the entire PowerPoint?
It does.
Okay, I'll move 309 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
All right. So as I said before, we're going to now begin playing the video. It's a little over 35 minutes long. Again, just putting everyone in the right mindset, we're talking about the early morning hours of July 2nd. And in fact, there'll be a timestamp on this, correct?
That is correct.
All right, we'll begin playing. And as it's playing, what is the number in the bottom left corner that's moving rapidly?
So in the lower left corner, I added frame numbers. So each frame has an individual number.
And there you've labeled the windows?
That is correct.
And obviously, we've talked before, but you've identified the flickering light as being that number 4, fireplace window?
That is correct.
And there you've overlaid those labels onto the zoomed in part of the screen?
That is correct.
And we have the time there in the very center of the screen. Right now, about 12:19 in the morning.
That's correct.
If we look at the far left, there's a smaller image. Is that the whole image before you zoomed in?
Yes, so the image on the left is the actual size of the video that we received without modifications in size.
And just switched from 9x to 1x. What does that mean?
So I was asked by Detective Sims in preparation for trial to take portions of the flickering light throughout the evening and run it faster than real time, just in the interest of the court's time. And in other sections, just to run it at normal speed, 1x. So those annotations were added by me.
Okay, so what they did then was showed a like 30-minute silent video with only these numbers changing. So what happened was on July 1st of 2021, Chandler Halderson, I put myself this side by the way, so you could see the frames in the corner there. Okay. On July 1st, Chandler Halderson shot his dad first, and they believe it was just after 3 p.m. And then his mom got home. She pulled into the driveway at just before 20 past 5 after work. And she picked up a soda for Chandler that he asked for. What? And when she got home, they believe he murdered her then. Okay, so that was July 1st of 2021. So now that evening, he lights up the fireplace. He has obviously already dismembered his parents, their remains, and he's got a measuring tape by the fireplace, and he's putting in parts, okay, into this fireplace and trying to burn them. So that's what the neighbor said he was smelling. That's what people were seeing. And this is the other neighbor, Colin Lynch's camera across the pond, I want to say, on the other side of the pond, right? This is what the neighbor's camera saw, as they just explained for quite some time. I'm just also explaining in case someone can't remember the timeline and doesn't know what's going on here. So if you're joining now, this, they say here, fireplace window 4. This is the window to look at. Now I've sped up this presentation 5 times. So it's 5 times faster than even their sped up version, so that you could see it. And I might skip a little bit forward because I don't want anyone to get bored. I don't mind, of course. Well, I was going to say I could post this on Patreon, but it's not even necessary. You can just go watch it on Law and Crime or Channel 3000 or Trial TV Live. Also has the full, collection of this trial day if you want to just watch it at normal speed. So check this out. So at this fireplace window, look, it gets brighter. From time to time, it just gets brighter and brighter, and that is so scary because, the fire is going and he's putting body parts on there, right? Yeah, this is haunting. Old school girl says haunting. Haunting is the appropriate word, especially now in hindsight. So you could see at the time as well when it was happening. I'm sorry for my paper flapping. I just quickly want to see something. So the first was a Thursday when he murdered his parents. So this would be now almost 1 o'clock in the morning on Friday, the 2nd of July of 2021. He was already arrested by the 8th. So this is now 1 o'clock in the morning on Friday, the 2nd of July of 2021. And yeah, it's July. So summer time. And the fireplace is going. That's a red flag, right? So there, you can see it sped up now. It says 1:15 in the morning. Yeah, Kim Morg says not to mention, it's July, so it's hot as hell outside. And I think he said, remember how he said when his parents left, they left with tools, silver bars, cash, and liquor. I think he might have tried to pour the liquor onto the fire as an accelerant. Possibly. Potentially. But he definitely did something to try to get it even hotter, because clearly he realized this is not really working out. And then after this day, he really had to make other plans, which included him scattering his parents' remains all over Wisconsin, they said. Look there. If only the neighbors knew what was going on in there, hey? There's no sound to this video, by the way. So that's why I talk as well. But just to think that he was capable of murdering his parents and dismembering them and putting his mother and father's heads on this fireplace or in the fireplace. Oh, my word. So look, it gets brighter as well. You see there. He's being very busy in there. Very busy in that area. So this is what we're looking at. This over here. If you could see my mouse cursor. Fireplace window number 4. This is where they now have proof that he was busy with the fireplace, based on everything they just explained before this, to prove that that is the window where that fireplace is. So you can't say, no, it was just a kitchen light, or no, it was just the TV. No, it wasn't. Yeah, Kathleen says, all the red lines are pointing to the light in the window from the fireplace for those that are confused. So I'm just going to go forward a little bit now. There, it's not dark. So what's he doing now? Look there. There it comes again. Yeah, Karen says, horrible. How can he do that? How can one do that to your parents? He's sick. He also said in the probable cause affidavit, they said that when they asked him, you know, questions afterwards, after he was arrested, because he said he wants to tell them everything, that they don't know the whole story. And he literally told them that he doesn't feel bad about what he did. That's what police officers noted in that criminal complaint or probable cause affidavit. That Chandler Halderson, even after asking for a lawyer, after he was arrested, said, hey, I want to tell you the whole story. It's not what you think. And then he said he doesn't feel bad for what he did. So yeah, he really doesn't have a defense. He's just here at trial, even though there's the overwhelming evidence, because it's his right to have a fair trial, because he pleaded not guilty. One wonders if people like that want to relive it all.
It's a long video to watch. Fair to say that in your profession, watching long pieces of video where nothing's going on is just part of what you do.
It all has to be searched, yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you speeding it up so we didn't have to watch the 4 or 5 hours there. Just a couple last questions. Based on your analysis, when we went through the PowerPoint, the reverse projection, your view of the camera system, and all of your expert analysis in this case, are you confident that that window that we saw at around 3 in the morning that was very, very bright and then just in a snap went dark, are you confident that that is the Fireplace window 4?
Yes, I am.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused
You may be excused.
and released.
I'll make a decision on that maybe at the lunch break.
Thank you, Deputy. You're excused from the remainder of today, and I don't think there are any exhibits in front of you.
No.
Have a good rest of your day. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Okay, so if you saw the trial originally, that was speedy, hey? We sped it up a little bit, otherwise we'll sit there for half an hour and people would just clock out. Thank you all for being here. Let's see how many of you made it back. Almost, okay, 3,807 people. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for watching every day of this trial with me. We are on day 6. Now there's going to be a new witness. So here we go. We're 1 hour and 13 minutes into our trial footage for today, and we have 4 hours and 6 minutes total of this defluffed trial footage.
Good morning. If you believe you can safely and responsibly testify without wearing a mask, that would be our preference at this time.
I will, thank you.
Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Please state and spell your name.
It's William Boswell, William. Last name is Boswell, B-O-S as in Sam, W-E-L-L.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a special agent with the State of Wisconsin Department of Justice.
Any particular area of expertise?
Yes, within a division of criminal investigation, I'm assigned to the Arson Bureau.
Sure. What are your roles as a special agent with the Arson Bureau?
With the Arson Bureau, we specifically generally investigate fires and explosions believed to be of an intentional nature, an incendiary intentional act.
Showing it's been marked in this case, exhibit number 314. Just what is that?
That is a copy of my curricula vitae.
Move 314 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Early in your career, how'd you get started in being interested in fire or anything of that sort?
Kind of a longer story, but many years ago was a volunteer firefighter. Began my career as a college student in biology and secondary education, and then became enrolled at Oklahoma State University's School of Fire Protection. Was hired as a fire protection consultant with Wausau Insurance Companies in 1994, and then with the Department of Justice in January of 2000 as a special agent.
And I see a badge there. Are you a law enforcement officer?
I am, sir.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about your training or your education in the area of investigating fires or arson.
Certainly. So, initially it was with the Wisconsin Law Enforcement Academy, did my 420 or so hours there, and then took various courses prior to that while I was employed with Wausau Insurance and while I was in college in fire investigation with the International Association of Arson Investigators, the Oklahoma chapter of the International Association of Arson Investigators, and then here in Wisconsin. In addition to that, I've taken fire academy courses in fire investigation, various courses in fire death investigation, and I currently teach for the Wisconsin Department of Justice Death Investigation School. I teach fire death investigation and body recovery.
Tell us about the subspecialty of fire death investigations.
So with fire death investigation, my background there is assessing fire scenes. We generally look at fire patterns on walls and on floors and ceilings and things of that nature. When we specifically are dealing with a fire death related event, we're looking for those same types of patterns and making various assessments about things that we see with bodies. Sometimes it's a complete intact body. Sometimes it's a body that's been disarticulated as a result of the fire or fire suppression operations.
What effect does fire have on the human body?
It can change it dramatically. Heat, when heat is applied to a body, heat will generally cause the skin to tighten and shrink. Wrinkles around the corners of the eyes and the corner of the mouth begin to smooth out somewhat with just the application of heat. But as the body continues to heat within a compartment or a bedroom or wherever it might be, those changes eventually will get down to the destruction of the skin, the fat, the muscle tissue, and can ultimately, if the fire is allowed to continue to burn, down to the destruction of the bone tissue as well.
Sure. You talked a little bit about your experience, your education, and maybe your teaching. As well as teaching, are you one of the people who actually responds to crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
What type of crime scenes are you responding to regularly?
They vary. In addition to the fire-related events that I get called to as an employee of the Department of Justice, my coworkers in the Arson Bureau generally get called out to work officer-involved shootings, homicides that our special assignments folks investigate, and we assist in processing those scenes, sometimes with and sometimes without the assistance of the State Crime Laboratory.
Do you have any estimate as to how many fire scenes you've investigated as in your role in the Department of Justice?
Since January of 2000, if I estimated about 25 per year, over 400 or more as a case agent and additional as an assisting agent with one of the other folks in the Arson Bureau.
And as part of that experience, have you unfortunately had to see the human body in various states of being burned on different occasions?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes partially and sometimes more completely.
That's correct.
Talk to us generally about fire. What temperature does fire generally burn at? What can you tell us about fire?
Most any fire that you experience generally does not burn beyond about the temperature of around 1800 degrees.
Sure. Is 1800 degrees what generally fire burns at? Is that sufficient to incinerate completely the human body into ash?
It generally would not.
Tell me about that.
Generally, you end up needing some additional, if I can use the word assistance, to result in the destruction of human tissue. Even devices that are designed in crematoriums to completely destroy a body often will leave various small fragments of bone, not very often tissue, but small fragments of bone that are left over after that cremation event. So short of adding additional oxygen or maybe changing the fuel to oxygen ratio and how the fire burns, it's very, very difficult to get a complete consumption of human body just from the fire.
When you say insert oxygen, would a small household fan, I suppose there's one sitting right there, something of that size be enough to do what you just mentioned in terms of inserting oxygen if that were applied to a perhaps just a residential fire?
It would certainly help. I mean, if by example, if you're lighting a small campfire or something of that nature, or lighting a fire in your own fireplace, you may often, blow on that or or you use a set of bellows or maybe wave your hand to add and move additional air or oxygen across the surface of that fire to increase the effectiveness of that fire.
Sure. In crime scenes you've responded to and in your training and experience, where the human body has been burned, are there usually some remains left that you're able to identify or find?
Generally, yes.
And in perhaps the more extreme of those states, what are those remains? What's usually left?
You'll find very small pieces of bone fragment, the more thick or dense pieces of the human skeleton, perhaps kneecaps, the ball joints of hips and shoulders, where the bone is more densely compacted because of just its development. Teeth will oftentimes remain, thicker portions, maybe around the orbits of the eye, maybe portions of the base of the skull.
Are you assisted in your work with the Department of Justice with professionals in other disciplines?
Yes, sir.
And just in general, what professions do you generally work with?
We work with medical examiners, forensic pathologists, and forensic anthropologists on a fairly regular basis when we're dealing with burned and scattered or disarticulated human remains.
In the early part of July or going into mid-July of 2021, were you asked to assist in the investigation of the homicides of Bart and Krista Halderson out in Windsor?
Yes, I was.
And how did your involvement come to be in that investigation?
Dane County Deputy Greg Leatherberry had contacted another one of my coworkers with the U.S. Department of Justice, Special Agent William Fulton, to assist in coming to look at the residence in Windsor. And specifically at that time, it was directed toward looking at a fireplace that was inside the residence. After they had assessed it, I was on vacation back in Pennsylvania at the time. I was contacted and asked if upon my return to Wisconsin, if I could stop by and also take a look at and assess the fireplace inside the residence.
And did you stop by?
I did, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to thoroughly examine the fireplace, the logs, the newspaper, the ashes, and things of that sort at that fireplace at the Halderson home?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you aware that photographs were being taken throughout these processes of examining the fireplace and searching the home?
Yes, I was.
I'm showing it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 316 all the way through 340. Can you just page through those? And the question at the end is, do these appear to be photographs of the Halderson fireplace home in areas that were searched by you and others in law enforcement over the course of days you were there? Are
Yes.
those photographs of such?
Yes, those are.
Okay, I'll take those back from you. I'll move 316 all the way through 340 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received. They may be published.
And Special Agent, there's a screen in front of you that's going to come on, but Judge, I'll ask to publish those via slideshow on USB or the HDMI left. And Agent, what are we looking at there in Exhibit 228?
This is the fireplace that I was asked to come and examine.
Just based on this overall photograph, are there any observations you're able to make based on your training and experience in this area?
In looking at the fireplace insert or the wrap that's around the fireplace, there is an area at the top that is a different color. It appears as if the paint is missing in that area, and that's perhaps bare metal beneath. And it appears as if of the what should be 4 glass inserts in the fireplace, only 3 remain.
We'll go to the next photograph. What are we looking at there?
This appears to be the base of the fireplace or the hearth area with the fireplace insert And the base of the fireplace at the top of the photograph, there are also what appear to be 3 evidence markers placed on the hearth as well.
Around the time that
Let me just show you a better picture. Here we go. This is from Rottweiler Investigations. So here he had a better picture of it. It's definitely better than the trial footage there. I don't have all the pictures yet. Okay, I'll get there. But look at it. Yeah, Chandler, with this stone as well. I mean, there's so much evidence on the stone and in the stone, and without trying to be graphic, you know, the blood soaked into some of these areas as well. I mean, yeah, he wasn't thinking. I was going to say, what was he thinking? I don't think he was.
you were there and at other times you were where Deputy Leatherberry was taking swabs and things of that sort around the fireplace?
That's correct.
Okay, we'll go to the next slide. What are we looking at there?
That appears to be a pair of gloves.
All right, and that's Exhibit 229? I'll say it's Exhibit 229.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
We'll go to the next one.
Okay.
Tell us about that view.
That again is the front or the facing side of the fireplace with the 3 of 4 panels of glass still in place. It appears in this photograph you can still see portions of the glass at both the top and the bottom of the door frame on the left-hand side.
Go to the next slide, 231. Is that a closer-up view of that area that you were saying you could see the bare metal?
That is correct.
What does this appear to be to you based on your training and experience? What were you observing there?
In looking at this photograph, there are a couple of things. One, if we look toward the middle portion of the photograph on the stone, there is some soot deposition or discoloration to the stone, which would not be uncommon in the area of a wood-burning fireplace inside a home. Beneath that is the insert for the fireplace, and toward the, if you were looking at the top edge, toward the left and the right-hand side, there appears to be a bubbling or some type of change in the texture of the paint on both sides, and in the middle portion, the paint appears to be absent down to the level of the bare metal.
Okay, we'll go to the next slide. 232, what did 232 appear to be to you?
232 appears to be the far right-hand pane of the glass doors to the fireplace.
We'll go to the next slide. 233, is it a closer up of that glass area that you said was broken off?
That's correct, down toward the bottom left door, yes.
We'll go to the next slide, which is 234. And is that door open?
That's correct.
We'll go to the next slide. 235. At some point, you opened up the fireplace, correct?
That's correct.
What types of observations did you personally make based on your training experience once you were able to open up the fireplace and look inside?
Certainly, just a couple of items in looking around. If we've moved beyond the observations of the fireplace insert with the discoloration and the change in texture of the paint, as we look inside the fireplace, there are a few areas of discoloration on both the left, rear, and right-hand sides of the stonework inside the fireplace. There is a discoloration or a change in coloration, if you will, on the fireplace grate from left to right. And as we got in a little bit further and began to examine things a little more closely, there was almost like a greasy residue on the pull chain on the right-hand side, which controls the fireplace damper at the top of the chimney.
In your profession, why was discoloration noticeable, or why did you even note it in any of your reports?
Certainly, there is when we look at fire scenes in general, we're looking for changes in things from in patterns. If we're looking at the overall a particular piece of fuel, let's say, like a couch, we're looking at differences across the surfaces of that couch, considering it's the same piece of fuel from left to right, top to bottom. We're looking at how it burns differently and what it may do differently in the environment. in looking at this photograph of the
To clarify, that's Bill Gates doing something in the courtroom. It's not me. Okay. And for everyone asking why is the court feeds pictures, why are they so greenish, yellowish? I don't know. It's their projector screen. It's what I think they're using an Elmo as well. So that's the quality that they streamed it at. That's what's being shown, of course. But the jury will, they did get, not will get, because they already had it. The trial happened in 2022. The photographs, the exhibits. So where I can, I'll show you better quality photographs that I was able to find. But otherwise, we'll just have to look at what they've got.
Fireplace grate in particular, we noticed the color change and the gradation between left and right. To me, that indicated that something toward the right-hand side of the fireplace burned differently, was perhaps a different fuel than what was on the opposing side.
All right, we'll go to the next slide. 236, just a view of that glass again.
That's correct.
All right, next slide, 237. What are we looking at there, and why was that notable?
At the bottom of the fireplace, or the fireplace floor, and what you would find in most solid fuel burning fireplaces or furnaces, you would find a trap door, if you will, or an ash dump door. It's a flat metal door that rotates on a central pin, left or right, and in a fireplace that burns wood, to get rid of the ash, you would, to keep your fireplace clean, you would open that up, sweep the ash down in, and it would go into some type of container or area where the ash would be secured until you cleaned it out.
Sure. Is this a common feature in homes?
Yes. In wood burning fireplaces, yes.
Okay. And the area in which this goes into, is that generally a fire resistant area?
Generally, it could go into an ash bucket. I can tell you from personal experience growing up, it went to another unused fireplace in the basement of my parents' home. And it just went to the floor in the basement and there was nothing there to catch it. In some locations, it's an enclosed environment. In other locations, it might go into a metal ash bin or bucket where the ash would be collected and removed.
In the times that it's an enclosed environment and not just a bucket or another fireplace below it, is there usually an access door to allow the homeowner or whoever's keeping the fire to be able to clean that out periodically?
Yes, there should be.
We'll go to the next slide. 238, what are we looking at there and why was that notable?
This is the right side, lower right-hand side of the fireplace. And again, I believe when Detective Leatherberry took this photograph, it was to document that discoloration of the tines, if you will, on the fireplace grate, as well as the presence of the greasier substance that's on the handle for the pool chain on the right-hand side.
Sure. And this may be a good time to ask this question. Some of these photographs are being taken by others, but were you personally involved in being very close to this area and this fireplace?
Yes, I was.
Was there any sort of scent that made that gave you any impression or that raised your attention at all?
Yes, there was.
And tell me about that.
When I'll talk about by example first, because it'll be somewhat maybe gruesome toward the end. When in the performance of my normal duties, if we are out conducting a fire death investigation and we're looking to recover human remains inside a structure that may be buried beneath debris, that may be in collapse, whatever it might be, we rely very much on our senses sometimes to get us there. Sometimes it's a sense of sight. Sometimes it is feel. You can sometimes walk over top of human remains that are beneath ash and not know it until you feel a difference in what you're standing on. And sometimes it is smell. And I equate that smell very often because I love to barbecue. It smells like barbecued pork oftentimes, or the grease that you would get from barbecuing a pork shoulder. And this is the smell that I associated with what I was gathering from inside that fireplace when I was down in front of it and working near it.
We'll go to the next slide. Now we're back up on the actual frame itself, but I think it's a closer view in Exhibit 241. Can you tell us why this photograph's relevant and what you're able to glean from that bubbling that we see there?
Certainly. This appears to me to be, if we look at the doors and the break in the seam of the doors, this is probably where the two doors come together in the middle of the fireplace. And what you're seeing on the metallic surface above of the insert is a bubbling or a change in the texture of the paint that is applied, presumably from the manufacturer, but the paint that's applied around the frame of the fireplace.
And based on your training and experience, do you have any comment as to what might cause such bubbling?
Certainly, around the fireplace, the assessment that I think most people would make if they looked at it was that it must have been impacted thermally by some type of heat leaving the fireplace and impacting the metal. Could that also be caused by some type of chemical contact? Absolutely.
We'll go to the next slide. 242. Now this is the other side of perhaps that area on the top of the frame. What different are you able to glean from this picture? It's labeled as 242, but also with Mr. Leatherberry's sticker as Family L.
Certainly. As we are on the left side of the photo, the far left side of the photo where the two corners of the insert come together, there is no, at least in this photograph, no visible damage or changes in the surface of the paint around the insert. But as we move to the right, you're right also, we start to see that the texture of the paint changes and the amount of the paint present continues to change until we're at the far right-hand side of the photograph where we're down to the bare metallic surface of the frame insert.
Okay. And same question here. Do you believe this either could have been affected by heat or some sort of chemical agent?
I would believe that this would be a heat or a thermal related artifact.
Sure. We'll go to the next slide, which is Exhibit 316. At some point, that fireplace grate was removed out.
That's correct.
And you examined it thoroughly, I would imagine.
Yes.
Okay. Is this that grate?
That is the grate.
That newspaper that we see crumpled up in there, was it important to you to maybe look into the date on that newspaper and what type of newspaper it was?
Yes, we did. We examined each of the pieces of each of the items that were on the grate as we went from top to bottom and got down to where the newspaper was.
And you wrote a report in this matter documenting the type of newspaper, where it was addressed to, and the date and all of that?
That's correct.
And if you need to see that report, you let me know and I'll just bring it to you. But do you recall the date that newspaper was from?
Well, I don't want to speculate, but late June of 2021, maybe the 23rd, maybe the 27th.
Sure. And if I showed you your report, you'd be able to confirm that?
Absolutely, I would.
All right. Showing your report in this matter, and my thumb is right next to it. Were you right on the 23rd?
I was right on the 23rd.
All right. And what was that addressed to?
It was listed as current resident 4595 Oak Spring Circle, DeForest, Wisconsin, 53532-1743.
And what newspaper was it?
This was the Badgerland Values Dane Zone newspaper.
And that's one of those things they just send to your house. You don't really want them, but they send them to you anyway?
That's correct.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide. 317, is that an overhead view?
Yes, it is.
There's a white area in the middle of that burnt log. Did that at all catch your attention?
Yes, it did.
Why?
When for orientation purposes, I guess for the jury, when you're looking at this photograph, the top left-hand portion of the photograph with the darker tines, as you're facing the fireplace, that would be on your right-hand side. So the back of that fireplace grate is at the bottom of the screen for orientation purposes. But in looking at the burned piece of wood in the center and the white item that is present there at about the 6 o'clock position, before we moved this out of the fireplace, we took a look at it with some better lighting, and based on my training and experience, that appeared to be bone. burned bone.
And was that in fact there, you did not place that there, I guess I'll ask
That is correct. I did not place that there.
And we'll go to the next slide, which I believe is a close-up 318, but that is a photograph prior to anything being disturbed in that area.
That's correct.
Okay. We'll go to 319, which is next. That's what the fireplace looks like without the grate.
That is correct.
And we're able to see a more clear view of the ash trap there.
Yes.
I don't know where everyone's at with fireplaces in their house. A lot of people have the gas one. Could you just explain what that chain does in relation to a fire?
Certainly. So the chain it controls a damper that is on top of the chimney. If you were to go on top of the roof of the residence to where the chimney is, there is a metal plate that is able to be moved up and down by pulling on this chain either down or releasing it up to assist in airflow throughout the chimney, as is the circular item that you see in the back. That is for combustion air or fresh air to come into the back of the fire at the base of the fire from the exterior, and the heat rises and goes out and leaves the structure. So if that chain were pulled completely down, it would close the damper at the top of the fireplace.
Understood. All right, we'll go to the next exhibit, 320, and just a closer view of maybe that ash trap. We'll go to the next one, 321. Again, that became relevant in your investigation, did it not?
That's correct.
That's perhaps why there's quite a few photos. And we'll go through a few of these somewhat quickly, but we'll go to the next one. There, we're looking at just another view of that top view of the fire.
That's correct.
Goes without saying, but fair to say that that fire appears to have some fresh logs put on top of it
Yes,
and one burnt piece in the middle.
that's correct.
All right, we'll go to the next one.
Council, we should note for the record what the exhibit numbers are.
Sure. That was 322. Now we're at 323. What are you doing here in taking having some of these photographs taken? Do you know the purpose?
Yes, I believe when we took this it was twofold. One, to continue to show the pieces or the items that were on the grate that were unburned, to include the two logs on both the left and the right side, as well as the newspaper. And in the bottom center, running parallel with the fireplace grate, was another piece of wood that ultimately was squared off on one end and kind of rounded over on the end closest to the viewer.
All right, we'll go to the next one, which is 324. We're gonna have a couple close-up photographs of this suspected bone, correct?
Yes,
And this was the bone that you observed on the top of the fireplace?
that's
Fire.
correct. Yes,
All right, we'll go to the next one, 325. Just some different lighting.
yes,
Go to the next one, 326. And at some point, it was placed on a kind of a measuring tool from law enforcement.
yes,
And the same with 327.
correct.
At points during your investigation, did it appear necessary to you to call out a forensic anthropologist who specialized in bone?
Absolutely.
And was one brought to the scene, in fact, a doctor?
Yes.
And who was that doctor?
Dr. Christina Figueroa Soto for the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office.
We'll go to the next one, 328. What is this?
Those are additional, what appeared to be bone fragments that were around the area where the larger piece was that you saw in the prior exhibit.
Okay. 329. Just another one of those fragments.
That's correct.
And the next couple, we'll go to 330. There was just some zoomed in images of that grate where some of these things were being found, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Same with 331,
Yes,
332,
yes,
and 333. 333, though, brings us to a different spot in the Halderson home, does it not?
that's correct.
And in fact, we'll go to 334. We have to go to the basement, right?
Yes, the prior photo was the ash dump removed so we could see what was underneath it and what was beneath it.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. Ash trap in the fireplace. Where, in fact, did that ash trap lead to in the Halderson home?
led to an area directly beneath the fireplace. This was a tri-level home. The basement level is below grade. The area where the fireplace was located that you saw in the prior photos was at grade level. There was a kitchen, living room, dining room space, and then a bedroom space. So we're in this photograph, we're at the lowest level of the home, looking at what would have been the back side of the fireplace. And I had mentioned on one of the prior exhibits, the combustion intake, the circular item in the back of the fireplace. The metallic pipe that you see here is what goes directly to the back side of that combustion air intake for the fireplace.
Was there an access in the Halderson home to the container containing the ashes from the ash trap?
Yes, there was.
And was it easily accessible?
No, it was not.
What do you mean by that?
What you see here is after some of the items had already been moved, but so in the basement, the blue table that you see here was covered in other items. I believe I referred to it in my report. There were pieces and parts of what appeared to be an old billiard table that had been stacked up upon the top surface and leaning up against the front of this blue workbench, if you will. The workbench and all the items associated with the billiard table had to be removed, and we then removed the wood paneling that you see on the wall to get to where the ash trap is. And if you look at the bottom right-hand portion of the photo, underneath the table, you'll see a gray colored item there. Immediately to the left of that debris that you see on the floor is debris that has fallen out of the door that covered up the ash trap access to the fireplace.
So what did you do to gain access to this area of the house?
All the items were removed from the workbench. The workbench was removed, and we removed the paneling from the wall. Saw that we had a very, very small opening for access to the ash trap. And knowing that we had to get in here to see what was beneath that fireplace, my coworker, William Fulton from Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms had contacted a colleague of his who specializes in urban search and rescue, shoring up buildings, breaching walls and things like that to find out what was going to be the safest way to access this for our safety and to prevent any collapse inside the residence.
Okay, and we'll go to the next slide. So what did you do here?
So so for reference, the smallest opening that you see there on the right-hand side where the wall is painted yellow, that was where the ash trap door had been. And it was a very, very small, approximately 8x8 opening that we needed. That's all we had initially to try to get inside of where this was. So the larger openings that you see to the left and the right were openings made in the wall by Special Agent Fulton based on the recommendation from his urban search and rescue coworker.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide. Just a closer up of what is that?
That is the opening to the left-hand side that we created in the wall with the sledgehammer to be able to access the interior portion that was beneath the fireplace.
And we'll go to the next slide. Closer up, what is that?
That is a similar opening, but now on the right-hand side of the fireplace.
Okay. At that point, after cutting these holes, were you able to access the ash area?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. What is that?
That is a top-down view from the vantage point of the level just above the basement, looking down through the ash trap into the pit that contained the ashes underneath the fireplace.
All right. And we'll go to the next slide. What is that?
That is a similar view of that area and the ash that was inside the ash pit, if you will, beneath the fireplace.
And the next slide. Similar?
Similar, yes, with debris removed.
All right, and the next slide. What are we looking at there?
Same area, a different capture of the area after additional debris was removed from inside.
Okay, we're going to stop looking at photographs for a second. You mentioned debris removed, so I guess I assume you're removing debris and taking photos along the way?
That's correct.
Tell me about that process.
So I'll talk about the photos first. With the assistance of Dane County Deputy Scott Kuntz, we attached cameras to the underside of the fireplace. The support floor for the fireplace had iron or steel bars running through it for support. We used magnetic cameras to hold, or magnets to hold the cameras up so that we could view the interior of this to do two things: to A, take photographs along the way, and B, to push those images to his iPad that he had, so that in areas, I mean, these holes are about 16 by 16 inches. And I'm a little barrel chested, and getting inside was a little difficult. So sometimes seeing, we had to rely on what he was transmitting to his iPad so that we could see where we were to gather items. So we had lights that he set up inside, as well as his cameras, that assisted us in documenting the process as we removed debris from the upper levels down to the level that you see here.
And just in general, how did you remove the debris?
So we worked in at different times from each side, but not usually at the same time. We had a fan that was set up on top of the chimney. We removed the damper from the top of the chimney outside and had a fan to draw out dust, to keep dust from getting inside the residence. And we used large grain scoops, plastic handled grain scoops, and removed the items that removed the piles of debris in there to 5-gallon pails, and had those then removed to the exterior of the structure for further examination by Dr. Figueroa Soto and others, as well as the Dane County Bomb Squad with their X-ray machine.
And
I wish we could see Chandler here, because what must he be thinking sitting there? You underestimated this. Maybe that's also why sometimes when there's such an overwhelming amount of evidence, people plead not guilty. 1, because it's their right. 2, because they think, maybe I have a chance. But 3, also because they're like, well, damn, let's see how they caught me. Well, look at it. Look at this thorough investigation. Oh, my goodness.
how long did this whole process take to take out all this ash?
We worked that day for probably 6 hours or so. From the time we got started from, we had breached the wall prior to that, and we had several different crews there, sifting crews working outside, as well as the crime lab and the Dane County Bomb Squad. And it was the better portion of a day. We actually, 3 or 4 of us actually ended up having to leave at the end of the day to go to a different fire someplace else, but we finished this up before we took off that day.
Sure. And were you part of the sifting operation after the debris was removed?
A portion of it, yes.
And were things of note being found?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So the sifting operation consisted of a couple of different things. Again, when materials would be brought out before they went to the sifting stations, and we probably had 4 to 6 sifting stations, maybe more. Before those items were sifted, they were x-rayed by the bomb squad, bomb techs, to determine if there were any items in a particular bucket that might be of interest and that somebody should be looking for. Whether it was metallic items, whether they believed it was something that showed up that maybe looked different that you might not see right away with the naked eye. And then those items were sifted. As the items were sifted, if there were questions about what it might be, whether it was bone, or whether it was maybe non-organic remains, Dr. Figueroa Soto was there to answer those questions for the sifting crews. And then as we went through 1/2-inch and 1/4-inch screens, the items that were sifted out onto tarps in case we needed to go back through those at a later date, and those items were maintained.
Sure. Did you yourself see any items that appeared to be bone to you?
Yes, I did.
And were those items also examined by Dr. Figueroa Soto from the crime lab, or from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, they were.
Those items that you observed that appeared to be bone, as well as the items that you observed in the fireplace that you've already said you believe to be bone, were those consistent with what you've observed in your career and your training and experience as bone or human bone that's subjected to heat or fire?
I could say that they were consistent with bone. I would not be able to make a determination while there if it was human bone or non-human bone.
Do you rely on another expert to make that
I
determination?
do indeed.
And who is that expert?
That would be a forensic anthropologist, and in this case, Dr. Figueroa Soto.
And she was in fact on scene, was she not?
She was.
1 second.
You bet.
No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused
He may be excused, yes.
and released, or you'll let him know?
We'll let him know.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good remainder of your day.
You do
Thank
the same. Thank you.
Could you please state your
Did you see Chandler just scribbling there like, okay, I'm just gonna be drawing on this notepad here. Feeling embarrassed now, are we?
first and last name for the record and spell both?
Lissa Kiefer, Lissa Kiefer.
How are you employed, Lissa?
I'm the store manager for Kwik Trip in Windsor, Wisconsin.
And were you working in that capacity in July of 2021?
Yes,
And at that time, did you collect some video and turn it over to police of some store footage from your store on July 1st of 2021?
yes,
And was that video footage that you turned over true and accurate?
yes,
I would move exhibit to do 405 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And permission to publish?
Yes.
We would ask for the HDMI. And this is the Kwik Trip you said in Windsor, Wisconsin?
correct.
And that's by DeForest.
Yes,
And just for the record, we are playing, there's several cameras, correct?
yes,
We're playing, this is camera 15.
Be sure to note the start time for the video once you begin. If this
We're
isn't,
starting it at 8:22 p.m.
thank you.
And this is one of those cameras that kind of pivots, so it takes different pictures of different locations every few seconds. Is that fair?
yes, yep,
Not just buzzing.
Yeah, that's him. You can hear them whispering on the mic. That's him. He's walking over here. He's going to the Kwik Trip.
Just gonna note the time is 8:22 and 48 seconds in the PM. Now we're gonna look at camera 23. What area of your store is camera 23?
it is the aisle that carries the ATMs.
Also looks to be like the cooler air, kind of. towards the
Cooler
back of
ice,
the
and
cooler
it's the
area.
path to the beer cave, yes.
Okay,
And the time on this image?
I think we're getting it before we
Okay.
start playing.
I can't read the small print, so I don't know if
Absolutely.
it's there or not.
8:23 PM.
Thank you.
And we're stopping it at 8:23 and 30 seconds. And then finally, I believe we are going to play camera 10.
So this is, it says, wait, 1st of July, and that's at 8:30. So in the evening on the 1st of July, so after he murdered his parents, he went to Kwik Trip to buy 2 bags of ice. Wow. Oh my word. Like this would be, so he shot his dad just after 3, and then he killed his mom when she got home from work, which is interesting when you listen to his police video interview, he talks about, she gets home around 5:20, that's around when you shot her, because the surveillance showed that day she got home around 5:20. I think it was 5:18 or something. And then he had a shower. He FaceTimed with his girlfriend at the time. Remember that? And then he went to Kwik Trip to buy 2 bags of ice. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's keep going here. You guys say, what's the heavy breathing? Obviously the witness.
Starting it at 8:24 and 14 seconds.
There's Chandler with no neck brace, carrying suddenly 2 bags of ice. Before that, he was wearing his cone of shame, his little neck brace.
And stopping it at, well, it just flipped, but I believe we stopped it at 8:25. And that was all video footage from your store in Windsor.
Correct.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 406. Could you please identify what Exhibit 406 is?
It's a receipt from my store.
Okay. I would this time move Exhibit 406 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
And that was for a purchase of 2 10-pound bags of ice.
Correct.
And the time of that purchase is 8:24 p.m.
Correct.
No further questions for this one.
Cross-examination.
None, thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be excused and released.
Damn it, I typed this lady's name out and everything, but I didn't put it on the screen. Sorry about that. So, I had it on the screen for a bit. I took it off for the Kwik Trip. There we go. No cross-examination. So, Michael Green was asking, what's the ice for? So I'm asking Michael, is that a rhetorical question, or why are we asking that? He dismembered his parents' remains, and they believe that he put those dismembered parts in the freezer, in the chest freezer that he cleaned out. So if you missed the testimony from yesterday, they spoke a lot about the freezer on day 5 as well. Yeah, Kathleen said only 2 bags of ice. He had no idea what he had gotten himself into. Yeah, Stefan said that's 8:20 p.m. the day of the murder. Exactly. Yes. Wow.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day. Good afternoon. If you're able to safely and responsibly testify without your mask, that would be our preference if you could.
Yep.
Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state and spell out your name for everyone typing notes here.
It's Vincent D'Agostini, VINCENT, D''A''Gostini.
And how are you employed, sir?
How am I employed?
Yeah.
Currently, I actually just accepted a job at Target, but I was previously employed with Fleet Farm.
In what role?
He's so sweet. Oh, my word. Vincent D'Agostini. So they're going to show Chandler buying the tarp. And, I think it was just the tarp. What else did he buy there? Duct tape? Tarp? He bought the tarp at Fleet Farm.
Loss prevention team lead.
Sure. And was that back in July of 2021?
Yes, it was.
Tell me about what your job was in general back in July of 2021 at Fleet Farm.
Basically, my job is to deter theft and to operate the CCTV surveillance system. And then also I played a role in inventory procedures as well.
In part of that role, did you sometimes have the opportunity to work with the police and as they were investigating things?
Yes, very frequently.
Could you describe, just in case everyone doesn't know, where is the Fleet Farm that we're talking about?
It's 4630 Dalmore Road in DeForest. It's right on the corner of I-19 and Highway 90.
Okay. And at some point, were you asked to provide police some surveillance footage from inside the Fleet Farm and maybe even a little bit outside, but mostly inside on July 2nd in kind of early in the morning, around 7:20 or so?
Yes, I was.
And did you provide the police a copy of that video ultimately?
I did.
All right, and I'll note for counsel it's marked as 407, and I'd move 407 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
All right, and we'll go ahead and publish that. So we're playing clip 42. What are we looking at there, by the way?
This is our front entrance to the store.
All right, we'll go to the next clip. We're going to play clip 5-1. What are we looking at in clip 5-1?
This is our last aisle in the hardware department. And it's right next to the farm department where we keep tarps and some outdoor gear.
Okay. And I'll just draw the jury's attention to maybe that center row, someone about to cross or walk into that aisle. Whereabouts is that person at the top of the screen in the center?
That aisle is where the tarps are located.
They don't show the time or date on here. Maybe he said it now that I missed it, but it was on the Saturday. Was it Saturday? Damn it. It was on the 2nd. Is that a Friday? I think it was a Friday. Let's see. The 2nd. I feel like it was on Saturday, which then would have been the 3rd. But let's just hear if they say the date. It was the 2nd or the 3rd. It wasn't that evening. Knew it. Okay, so he's up there. He's up at the top of the screen. You could just see his legs here. Okay, so it was on July 3rd of 2021, which was a Saturday. So there you go. It was on the Saturday. I thought, now I need a tarp. Oh my.
All right, and we'll go to the next clip. And we'll play clip 56. What are we looking at there?
This is again up at the front entrance, and that would be lane 1 is the closest checkout lane there.
And do you recognize that item that the person in that video is purchasing?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's a black and silver tarp.
All right, I'm going to show you a couple photographs here. I'll start, I guess, with a question. In addition to this video, did the police ask you to maybe look into that actual purchase itself?
Yes.
And were you able to do that in your role?
Yes, I was.
What's exhibit number 408? What does that look like to you?
This is a transaction snapshot for that transaction, or essentially a receipt for it.
And are you able to tell what the subject in that transaction purchase?
Yes, it is. It's a 6x8 silver black heavy duty poly tarp.
And is there a date and time that this was all done at?
Yes, July 2nd, 2021 at 7:21 a.m.
All right, I'll move 408 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Naughty. That's not what my research was. July 2nd. So that was Friday. Listen. Friday. He killed his parents on Thursday, July 1st of 2021. Then he had a shower. He went straight to Kwik Trip to go and buy 2 bags of ice and made all sorts of excuses why he couldn't see Cat yet. Right? Maybe they could have dinner the next day. Wow. So now this guy said he said the 2nd of July. July 2nd. I thought I heard in earlier testimony they said Saturday. That's still in my head. But July 2nd, okay. Let's see the receipt.
What is 409? Do you recognize that at all?
Yes, this is kind of a close-up of the card information that was used to purchase that tarp.
Okay. And does it have the same date and time stamp for the silver black heavy-duty poly tarp?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And I'll move 409 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And you've mentioned that tarp. Are 410 and 411, are those photographs of maybe the packaging of the tarp and maybe what would be inside?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 410 and 411.
No objection.
They are received.
All right, I'll ask to publish these on the Elmo. Sir, what's going to happen is that screen's going to come on in 1 second. We're going to show you the same pictures again. So we're looking at 408. And if we zoom
Everybody get your get your microscopes out.
in there at the top, there's the date that you were referencing, correct? The July 2nd at 7:21 a.m.?
Correct.
And a bit farther down, there's the item description of a 6x8 silver black heavy-duty polytarp, quantity 1, purchased for $6.99.
Yes.
Excellent. That's the same information on Exhibit 409.
Yes, it is.
I'm covering up the remainder of the exhibit, perhaps that has some information on it that we don't need to share. And then zooming out, just briefly, you testified that 410, that's the packaging of that tarp that was purchased?
Yes, it is.
And 411, the tarp?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good luck.
So he was probably up all night, as we know. We saw the Fireplace video, that presentation as well. He was up all night trying to burn his parents' remains, and then by the morning he realized this is not going to work out. So off he went to Fleet Farm to buy a tarp. They did find the tarp. It was actually in the bin that was left on Cress's property. Cress it was his girlfriend's mother's fiance, right? So that farm with all the wildflowers, the prairie, he left a bin there with a tarp in it. There was that little bit of yellow duct tape at the bottom. And he also left his father's torso there, of course. So yes, they found that tarp, and they found another tarp as well in Cress's barn. So
In your new role.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Now, sir, as part of your investigation into this, you were asked to see if that card had been used for any previous transactions, correct?
Correct.
And you were only able to locate one previous transaction, correct?
That's correct.
And that was from back in September of 2020, correct?
Correct.
That's all. Thank you.
Any redirect. And just to note, for the record, the video clips were played in their entirety.
They were all played in their entirety, yes.
Very good. Thank you, sir. You are excused from your subpoena, and I suspect released.
You are.
Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. If you could please state both your
we'll get to the name now. I mean, you just never know when you're going to be a witness at a murder trial. I mean, shame. That poor guy was just working there at Fleet Farm. And there he was, 6 months later or so, at a murder trial because some guy came in there and bought a tarp. Wow, to do the worst things. Karine, welcome. Welcome to all the new members. If you're joining membership here on YouTube today, please do check out the members only playlist because there's lots to catch up on there. And if you haven't yet checked out Patreon, please do that too. Okay, Patreon is great as well. Okay, here we go.
first and last name and spell both for the record, please.
My first name is Cori, C-O-R-I. My last name is Breslauer, B-R-E-S-L-A-U-E-R.
What do you do for a living?
I'm the Deputy Medical Examiner at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office.
And That means you're an MD?
That is correct.
And you obviously went through some substantial training in order to become a deputy medical examiner.
That is correct.
I'm going to approach you now with Exhibit 363. Showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 363. Is this your curriculum vitae?
This is.
Okay. At this point, I would move Exhibit 363 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
So, doctor, where did you go to medical school?
I went to medical school at the University of Arizona College of Medicine in Phoenix, Arizona.
And then did you do a residency?
I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill.
And what is pathology?
Pathology is a study of medicine that basically covers the effects of injury and disease on the body.
And are you board certified in any area?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and in forensic pathology.
Now, what does it mean to be board certified?
Board certification means that I underwent an approved training program in the field that I'm certified in, and then I took a qualifying exam following that training and passed that exam.
And these are pretty extensive, several day-long exams.
That is correct.
And have you worked as a medical examiner at any location outside of the Dane County office?
I worked as a local medical examiner at the North Carolina Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Raleigh, North Carolina.
And many careers like teachers, lawyers, have to go through continuing education. Is that something that doctors also have to go through?
Yes, it is.
And so you've attended trainings throughout your career as well?
Yes, the American Board of Pathology requires that I maintain my certification.
And you got involved in this investigation on July 8th of 2021, is that correct?
I believe so. I don't have my report in front of me.
Okay, well, fair enough. That's exactly what I was getting to.
Yes.
And you did write an official report in this case, is that fair?
I did.
And there was a typo in your first report, so you wrote, there's an amended report that basically eliminates one word.
The amended report reflects a correction of one typographical error.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 364. Is this your amended report in this case?
This is my amended report with the triage notes from our office attached to the front.
All right, I would move Exhibit 364 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And also in preparation for testifying, as a team, we put together a PowerPoint, which I'm going to present in booklet form because of the sensitive nature of the photos, but is that true?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that is marked as Exhibit 366. And I just ask that you page through Exhibit 366 and make sure that that is the presentation that was put together.
This is the presentation.
And just that presentation, for the most part, it is just photos of the autopsy that you performed in this case.
That is correct.
Okay. At this time, I would move Exhibit 366 into evidence. And I also have 365, which is a digital copy, just for the record.
No objection.
Or both are accepted into evidence.
And doctor, throughout the questioning, obviously, I'm going to have you looking at Exhibit 366. But if you also need to look at your report 364, that is fine. Just maybe note on the record when you were doing so and what pages.
Yes.
Just so we have a complete record here.
As the booklets are being distributed to the jury, I'll remind you that you should only turn pages when the witness is discussing the next page within the pamphlet. Obviously, you can turn back at any point. And again, we will advise you that observing these images is an important role as a juror, but studying these images is up to you personally as to the necessity that you feel to do so during the course of the testimony. Go ahead.
And doctor, obviously you've worked as a medical examiner in various roles for several years, but is it fair to say you've performed hundreds of autopsies?
Yes, that is fair.
Okay. Obviously, you don't remember them all individually, thus you write reports.
That's correct.
Okay. So anytime you need to refer to your report, that is just fine. So how did you become involved in this case? Did you actually go to the scene on Erlewine Road where the torso was found?
I did go to the scene where the torso was found. The cases are brought to the office's attention by contacting our office. They first get triaged through our investigators who gather initial information, after which we are made aware of the scene, the suspicious nature, whether or not our presence is requested. I was notified that there was a scene, potentially suspicious scene, that my presence was requested at, and I then arrived at the scene with the investigator.
And why do medical examiners go to scenes?
Medical examiners goes to scenes because there is information that we can gather, circumstantial information based off of the position of the body, the environment that the body is found, and because my specialty is assessing the circumstances and the injuries that are found on the body, I'm able to assimilate all of that information.
Okay, so just as we know, this entire case comes with a trigger warning. True crime in general does. But of course, now this is the deputy medical examiner. So she's going to be describing what she found, what she studied, all of that, So as we know, this is a dismemberment case. So this could be upsetting or distressing to some viewers. If you ever feel like it's getting a little too much for you, don't worry. Make sure you look after your own mental health. Step away if you need to. And just know, we will always save you a seat, so you can come back anytime, okay? So, and there will always be timestamps for you as well. If you only come back tomorrow and you feel like I need to catch up, it will be timestamped for you where this witness took the stand, and so you could just start there again.
So what did you do when you went to the Erlewine Road address? What did you just look around, take pictures, something else?
Once the scene was assessed to be safe for us to enter, we approached where the body was located. We looked at the environment that the body was in, and then photographs were taken at my direction by the investigator.
Then what did you do next?
So the body was underneath a considerable amount of brush and debris, and the layers of that brush and debris were removed, again, at my direction. And we then assessed the body as it was in its position.
And in all fairness, the brush and debris was kind of slowly removed, so each little process could be photographed. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. At some point, was the torso removed and transferred back to your medical office?
It was under my direction.
Okay. And what does that mean, under your direction? Is there a certain procedure that you guys use?
There is. Once we look at the body as it is, we roll the body and look at all the sides. We photograph the body in multiple angles, and we then wrap the body in an evidence sheet. Usually, if the body is intact, we will bag the hands and the feet to protect evidence that may be there. In this case, there were no limbs for us to bag separately, but we did wrap the body in a sheet, placed it into a clean body bag, and then we transported it back to our office for further examination.
And back at your office, what, if any, sort of examination do you perform?
So back at the office, we have the resources, the lighting, and the tools available to perform a complete examination on the body, on the outside and the inside. We begin with an external exam where we look at the surfaces and the injuries and the markings of the body and document everything that we see with our eyes. Following that, and as well as collection of any evidence that we see. Following that, we then open the body and we examine the internal organs and any injuries that we see on the inside of the body and collect any specimens that we may need to evaluate later.
Do you x-ray the body?
We do.
And did that x-ray in this case help with identification?
It did.
And who was this torso? Who did you identify as it belonging to? or is it being?
Right, so we often evaluate bodies that come in without an identity, and so often they will come with a presumed identity. In this case, we were told that the presumed identity of the body was Bart Halderson. We received imaging x-rays of Bart Halderson that were taken while he was alive, and we then compared those to the x-rays that we took of the body that we had in our office, and I found multiple points of concordance that identified this body scientifically as Bart Halderson.
And did you folks also collect DNA from the torso?
We did.
And that's called a DNA spot card, is that correct?
That is correct.
And this appears to be the evidence envelope for Bart B. Halderson's DNA spot card.
That is correct.
And did you collect that DNA, or did somebody from the sheriff's office?
This would have been either myself or my team with my autopsy tech.
Okay. I'd move exhibit 372 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
Okay. Doctor, why don't we move on to page 2?
Folks, I want to tell you two things. If you look at the cover page, you'll see a small numeral in the bottom right-hand corner. All of the pages have those, and they're numbered. So if you were to lose your place, you could find out the next page by searching out those numbers in that corner. Unlike the presentations last week, this one doesn't work its way slowly into the process. I just wanted to alert you to that. Go ahead, Attorney Raymond.
That's correct. Doctor, could you please describe page 2 to the jury?
Page 2 is one part of a 3-part overall photograph of the torso, showing the lower half or inferior part.
And there's 2 circles on the right-hand side of this slide or this photo. What are those circles highlighting?
The circles on the right are highlighting the severed femurs of the body. Basically, the body was dismembered with the lower limbs removed, and the circles show the terminal ends of the femur bones.
And then there's a circle on the left side. What is the circle on the left side of page 2 highlighting?
The circle on the left side of page 2 shows a gunshot wound.
Moving on to page 3. Could you please describe page 3 for the jury?
Page 3 is part 2 of a 3-panel overall, showing the middle part of the body.
Okay, and a circle there again highlighting a gunshot wound?
That is correct. It is the same wound that is highlighted in the previous photograph.
And do you know yet in this part of your autopsy if that's an entrance wound or an exit wound?
Yes, this is an exit wound.
An exit wound?
Yes.
All right, so, and we'll get more into that. Does that mean, though, that, for lack of a better term, Mr. Halderson was shot in the back?
That is correct.
Moving on to page 4. What does page 4 show?
Page 4 is part 3 of a 3-panel overall, showing the front half of the torso.
Okay, and again, there's 3 circles on the left side of that slide. Would you explain what those 3 circles are highlighting?
Yes, so the circles on the top and the bottom highlight the severed upper extremities and the terminal ends of the humeral bones. The circle on the left in the middle, in between those two, shows the neck or the base of the neck where the head has been severed.
All right, let's turn to slide 5. How would you describe slide 5 for the jury?
Slide 5 shows the posterior or back side of the torso. For orientation, the head, or where the head would be on the left side, and the feet would be on the right side.
Okay, how would you describe what the red circle is highlighting on the rightmost side?
The right circle is circling what I have labeled as gunshot wound number 1. It is an entrance gunshot wound.
Okay, and how would you describe the circle on the more left side?
The left side is also a gunshot entrance wound, which I describe as gunshot wound number 2.
And doctor, how can you tell if a wound is an entrance wound or an exit wound?
There are characteristics which support wounds being either entrance wounds or exit wounds. In place, an entrance wound typically has a round shape and an abrasion collar where the bullet abrades the skin as it enters the body. We can also find, depending on the range of fire, if the gun was fired at a close range to the body, we can sometimes find evidence of burned and unburned gunpowder particles, soot, and things like this.
Okay. Let's move on to slide 6. What is slide 6 showing?
Slide 6 is a closer view of the left-sided or superior or closer to the head gunshot entrance wound from the previous slide.
Okay. And were you able to, based on the characteristics, look at the surrounding area under a microscope?
That is correct.
And when you look at a wound or an entrance wound or whatever sort of wound under a microscope, what are you looking for?
So sometimes we can see soot with our eyes without any assistance because there's a black residue. However, in this case, there was decompositional artifact that obscured and discolored the areas. So what I did was I sampled 4 areas from each wound and looked at it under the microscope. And what that allowed me to see was microscopic evidence of soot that I could not see without the assistance of a microscope.
And based on, are you able to make any determinations based on amount of soot or whether soot is present or not?
I can comment on whether it was present or not in the pieces of tissue that I submitted. So I see a 2-dimensional plane of cells under the microscope, and in those pieces that I sampled, if it is present, then I can see that it's there. It appears as black granular debris deposited within the dermis, which is the second layer underneath the very surface of the skin. And if I don't see it, it does not necessarily mean it is not present at all. It only means that it was not present in the tissue that I sampled.
And what is the relationship between how far away a gun is from a person's skin and soot?
Typically, you're expecting a contact range gunshot if soot is seen.
All right, so if there's soot present.
Within inches.
That means within, I'm sorry.
Inches.
Inches, okay. And if soot is not present, what, if anything, does that tell you about the gun range in relationship to the victim's skin?
Yes, so that it can say a couple of things. It can say if there is no soot, it can say that the range of fire was farther away and that there was too much distance for soot to make it to the body. It can also say that something could have been in the way that could have obstructed soot from making it to the body. So there could have been layers of clothing or a wall or a door or something obstructing soot making it to the body.
And when you looked at the wound that is pictured in slide 6, what, if any, evidence did you find of soot?
I did not find a microscopic evidence of soot in this injury.
So what range do you put for this wound?
For this, I have indeterminate range because I do not have characteristics that can tell me what the range is.
So basically that means it could be feet instead of inches. Is that a fair way to say it?
It is. It means I do not know the range.
Okay. I'm going to turn to slide 7. What is pictured on slide 7?
Slide 7 is a metal fragment that was found in the wound track representing a fragment of projectile.
Okay. And during this autopsy, projectile fragments were turned over to the Dane County Sheriff's Office, is true, right?
Yes, that is correct.
But then you came across one later during the process of examining the bones.
Yes, so due to the sensitive nature of this case, our office retained the body in our cooler. I then re-examined the body later on in order to fully understand the wound tracts. Upon that second exam is when I found the additional fragment.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 555. And when you found that additional fragment, did you turn it over to the sheriff's office as well?
I did.
Okay. And on Exhibit 555, does that appear to be the label for the metal fragment that you turned over to Tim Blank from the sheriff's office?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 555 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Thank you, it is received.
All right. Turning now to Slide 8. Could you please describe Slide 8 for the jury?
Slide 8 represents, it's a similar photograph, but it highlights a different gunshot entrance wound.
Okay. The one that's more on the right or lower in the back.
That is correct. It is closer to the feet than the entrance wound that was previously discussed.
Okay. And flipping to Slide 9.
Slide 9 is a close-up photograph of the entrance wound that was in the previous slide on Slide 8.
And were you able to look microscopically for soot on this wound?
I did.
And this is wound number 1 in your report, I believe?
That is correct.
And were you able to determine what range or what distance the gun was from the skin based upon the microscopic findings?
There were granular particles within the dermis on microscopy of the tissue I submitted here that were consistent with soot. Therefore, I assessed that as a contact range gunshot entrance wound.
So there was soot on the skin?
Yes.
So contact range?
Correct.
And again, going from back to front?
Correct.
Contact range. That must have been the second shot, right? But what? Sure.
Slide 10.
Slide 10 shows the anterior or front surface of the body, and a gunshot exit wound is highlighted.
And is that the exit wound from shot 1 or shot 2?
That is the exit wound from gunshot wound number 1, the contact range gunshot wound.
All right. All right, and let's move to...
That is just, I mean, he probably shot him in the basement. So Chandler probably lured him there. I mean, they were supposed to be getting ready to go to a meeting at the college that Chandler was pretending that he had been going to, and also creating emails, you know, fake email addresses and fake emails, and his dad had just found out that day. So
to slide 11, please.
Slide 11 demonstrates a close-up of the slide 10,
Okay.
the exit gunshot wound from gunshot wound number 1.
And the shape there is just kind of showing that with exit wounds, you can't usually put them back perfectly together like you can an entrance wound.
That is correct. As we discussed, the characteristics of gunshot wounds that allow me to assess whether or not they are entrance or exit. Exit wounds tend to be irregular, and they tend to be able to reapproximate. And this is just showing that irregular margin of the exit wound on the anterior surface.
Slide number 12. What is slide number 12 highlighting?
Slide number 12 also shows an anterior version of the torso, and it is highlighting hemorrhage at the neck.
Okay. And there's like a ruler sticker there.
Yes.
What are you measuring there?
We use a label that has a scale on it that puts our unique identification number, so that every photograph that we take has that unique identification number, and that scale allows us to measure whatever is in the field that we are photographing.
And is this hemorrhage from the mutilation, or is this hemorrhage from a bullet?
The hemorrhage
trajectory?
is surrounding the gunshot wounds.
Okay. And slide 13, please.
Slide 13 shows the base of the neck around the area of the right shoulder. And it is a ragged defect that is circled in the center, right above that scale. and it represents a possible entry or exit for for a third gunshot wound.
So there are at least 2 gunshot wounds, 1 and 2, that we discussed, and a possible third here?
Correct. We discussed 2 gunshot wounds, and then this is a third.
And were you able to look microscopically at this third gunshot wound?
I'm going to refer to my report.
Sure.
So on page 8 of 10, I have the descriptions of my histologic slides, and I submitted skin tissue only from the entrances and the exit previously discussed. I did not submit skin from this.
And is that partly because of the jagged nature, and it seems like there's more disruption to the skin?
That is correct. Additionally, the bullet material that was found directly underneath it, it's going to be impossible to tell if that represents the entirety of the wound track or if there is tissue missing because of the proximity to the severed head.
All right. Thank you. Exhibit 14, could you tell us what that slide exhibits?
Slide 14 is a portion of our posterior soft tissue dissection showing hemorrhage surrounding where I recovered the bullet fragments from the neck.
And then slide 15.
Slide 15 is jacket fragments and lead core fragments that were recovered from the neck.
Sorry, what was the second thing you said after jacket fragments?
So there's more than one part of a bullet. So there's the lead core of a bullet, and then there's the jacket that covers the bullet, and both are represented here.
It was the word lead I missed. Thank you.
But yes.
Thank you.
Doctor, obviously the legs, the arms, and the head were removed from this torso. Is there any can you make any determination whether that disfigurement or dismemberment occurred before or after Bart Halderson died?
So one thing that helps us determine whether or not an injury occurred before or after death is the presence or absence of a vital reaction or hemorrhage. So we've been talking about me finding hemorrhage in areas of injury. In the areas where the gunshot entrances were, there was hemorrhage around it, indicating that the heart was beating when the individual was shot. Where I recovered bullet fragments, there was hemorrhage or vital reaction surrounding that area. However, in the areas surrounding the dismembered limbs, or the head, the upper extremities, and the lower extremities, there were injuries, but I did not appreciate this vital reaction. I did not appreciate hemorrhage in the same way that I appreciated around the other injuries.
So the mutilation occurred after death?
That is correct.
Doctor, did you determine a cause of death for Bart Halderson?
I did.
And what was that cause of death?
As written on page 2 of my report, I determined the cause of death was gunshot wounds of the torso.
And did you determine a manner of death?
I did.
And what was the manner of death for Bart Halderson?
As I'm reading from page 2 of my report, I assessed that the manner of death was homicide.
Counsel, I believe page 16 of the booklet hasn't been discussed. And if you don't want to publish that page, that's fine, but I don't think I heard any testimony about that.
Oh, I'm sorry. My pages were just sticking together. I apologize, everyone. Doctor, could you look at page 16?
Yes.
What does 16 show?
Page 16 is also a representation of the posterior back side of the torso around the area of the hip, or the right hip, or the flank. This represents a small ligature furrow. When the body was found at the scene, there was a length of rope that was encircling the body, and this was the area corresponding to where the rope was likely rubbing against the body.
So that's a wound from the rope?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you know of the gunshot wounds? Do you know, were both of them fatal? Was just one of them fatal, or something else?
I would say that they were all fatal.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
let's just start there with the 3 gunshot wounds. There's no way for you to tell which happened first, second, or third, correct?
That is correct. So when I was talking about the vital reaction or the hemorrhage, I can say that something happened before or after someone died, but with rare exceptions, am I able to say the order that one happened over the other.
And in your report, you noted, I think you used the words, at least 3 gunshot wounds. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And why use the phrase at least?
So in this case, I have missing tissue. I have missing upper extremities, lower extremities, and a missing head. So in the portion of the remains that I received, there were 3 gunshot wounds, evidence of 3 gunshot wounds, but I cannot say whether or not that there are additional gunshot wounds that could be in tissue that is absent or that I don't have the ability to evaluate.
And because on the 3 you were able to evaluate, you did see evidence of this vital reaction, is it fair to say it's your opinion that the person was alive when these gunshot wounds happened?
Yes.
And if there were other gunshot wounds to other extremities that you weren't able to examine, you wouldn't be able to tell if those were the same, having vital reaction, or not having vital reaction, obviously.
If the remains are not available, I cannot tell.
What a question.
Now, you did testify that the dismemberment happened post-mortem because there was no vital reaction, correct?
Correct.
Are you able to say how long after the person died that the dismemberment happened?
Not with any certainty or with very much accuracy. There are estimations I could make based off of the decomposition that I saw. I can say that my findings are consistent with the circumstances that were given to me, but that's about as far as I could comfortably say.
Now, on page 2 of the report, when you talk about manner of death, you'd already testified that it was ruled homicide, but then there's a bracket where you say shot by other, parentheses S, with unknown firearm. So other or others, there's nothing about your examination that can tell you how many people might have been involved in shooting this person, correct?
That is correct. Because there is more than one gunshot wound, and because I was not present, I cannot say whether or not those were inflicted by one or more firearms.
You can say it wasn't this person self-inflicting these wounds.
Yes.
And again, just so we're clear, unknown firearm, there's nothing about your examination that could tell you what firearm caused these shots, correct?
Correct. The characteristics of the injuries are not such that I can tell a caliber or a type of firearm.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May the doctor be excused.
They may.
I'll take your report. I think that's still there. Anything else that is with you? Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Okay.
So the judge is wearing a mask here, and so was the doctor. I mean, I know some witnesses have been wearing the masks. Some took them off, some didn't. But in the beginning of this day, there was a lot of fluff, okay? And some of the fluff included the judge telling everyone that one of the jurors contracted COVID. And I mean, in this trial, the judge had actually said, I don't foresee this trial, going on for the whole 4 weeks that it was scheduled. But then Chandler Halderson got COVID, and that caused a delay in the trial. So I can't remember how long it was delayed for. I think it was like about 5 days or something, a week, or I don't know. But they were right, like the judge jinxed it, right after saying like, we're on track, we're on schedule. And it's like, oh, but then Chandler Halderson got COVID. So pause, and then they continued on. So yeah, we are on day 6 today. Tomorrow for day 7, we will hear from the friend who bought Chandler Halderson the gun. The Chandler then turned into a murder weapon, which is just like so shocking. Oh my goodness. Okay, so
Folks, given the nature of the next testimony and the length of time, we've been here an hour, but it's also been an hour that was intense. So let's go ahead and take a break at this point for convenience, and we'll come back in 10 minutes and resume with the next witness. Thank you. Good afternoon. I've had a discussion.
did you enjoy your lunch, everyone? Okay, close your lunch boxes. We're ready to continue now. Are we ready?
With every witness about whether they are willing to or believe they can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, but I've not ordered anyone to do so. Is it your preference to remain masked at this time, or could you testify without?
I'd prefer to have it on.
Very good. Then if you can pull the microphone really close, because it does have a tendency to muffle, and we'll make sure that we can hear you and that the jury can hear you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the court?
Denise Jones, DENISEJONES.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a senior forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
How long have you been employed by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
14 and a half years.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
I examine evidence for the presence of biological stains, such as blood, semen, and saliva. I extract DNA from those stains and make comparisons to known individuals. I write reports on my findings, and I testify in court if necessary.
Could you tell us about your educational background?
I received my Bachelor's of Science in Biology from the University of Wisconsin, Stevens Point in 2001, and I received my Master's of Science in Bacteriology from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in 2004.
Have you received any specialized training in the field of serology, DNA, statistics, things of that sort?
Yes, I received 9 months of training on DNA analysis prior to doing casework. I also received training on statistics and STAR mix for about 2 months prior to doing it to casework. I'm required to take 8 hours of continuing education every year.
Have you, prior to today and previously, have you testified as an expert in court?
Yes, this is my 48th time.
Can you tell us, we'll talk a little bit about the laboratory, the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory. Is that an accredited lab?
Yes, it is.
And what does that mean?
It means we meet accurate and reliable testing.
Sure. Do you and your lab undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I am required to undergo 2 proficiency tests a year.
Okay. What do those consist of?
It's samples that we would see in casework and to see if we can accurately and reliably do DNA analysis.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the DNA we inherit from our parents. We inherit 50% from our fathers and 50% from our mothers, and it codes for all structure and function in our body. And DNA is found in every cell in the body except for red blood cells. So it's found in skin cells, white blood cells, and sperm cells.
How is DNA used in forensic science?
So most of our DNA is similar person to person, but there are specific areas that distinguish us from others. And it's those areas that we look at in DNA in forensics. Everyone will have differences except identical siblings. We look at 23 of these genetic markers and one that's specific for gender.
Sure. You said everyone will have different DNA other than identical siblings?
That's correct.
Can you tell us how DNA testing is conducted at the laboratory?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
Sure. What's the steps for conducting DNA testing when you're at the crime lab?
So we have multiple steps in the DNA analysis process. We have what's called extraction, which we are extracting the DNA from the sample or opening up the cell to get the DNA. We have quantitation, which allows us to determine how much DNA is in a sample, which will allow us to know whether or not we need to go on for further testing. And currently our kits, we can determine how much human DNA is present, how much male DNA is present, and whether or not we can detect degradation or inhibition in the sample.
Are these methods of testing and typing generally accepted by the scientific community?
Yes.
And do the majority of forensic scientists use these methods that you use?
Yes.
Are there multiple levels of review conducted to ensure that the correct procedures are followed in each case?
Yes, we have what's called technical review, which another qualified analyst also reviews the case file and report and looks to see that I followed our procedure manual correctly for interpretation, statistics, and notes.
I'm showing you it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 380. This will just be brief, but can you tell me what that is?
That's a copy of my statement of qualifications.
And does that list your training and education in this field, making you qualified to comment on some of the matters you're going to comment on today?
Yes.
I'll move 380 into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. It is received.
At times over the past year, since July of this year, have you been asked to become involved at various times into an investigation into a homicide that occurred over in Windsor involving some people with the names of Bart Halderson, Krista Halderson, Chandler Halderson?
Yes.
And have you produced numerous reports related to your analysis of separate items that have been submitted to you over that course of time?
Yes, I believe 4 reports.
Can I briefly ask you, who makes the decision to submit items to the crime lab?
That's up to the agency to submit, but then we also have submission guidelines in place on certain types of cases of how many items we'll allow upon submission. But as long as we have a meeting with the agency, we may allow more.
Sure. In general, in most cases, what is that limit of items that can be submitted?
10 for homicides.
And was that far exceeded in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And you were, in fact, the one who had to do with the testing?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked in this case. I'm going to show you all 4 exhibits at once, and then we'll go through them. Can you tell us what exhibit number 383 is, just briefly? And you might want to turn one page in.
This is my report dated July 29th. It has my signature on it.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
All right. I'll show you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 417. Same question, turn a page in, and let me know what that is.
This is my report dated September 1st, 2021.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate report, or a copy of the report on that date?
It appears to be.
Okay, I'll take that one from you. Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 418, same questions.
This is on normal speed, and I find sometimes, I really think they did an outstanding job. Just sometimes the prosecutor, the DA speaks quite fast, huh? And I speak pretty fast, and I normally speed everything up, but I'm like, damn, bro. That court reporter must be like, with everything that he says.
This is a report dated October 6th, 2021 that I authored.
And it appeared to be a true and accurate copy?
Yes.
Right. And lastly, 560, same questions.
This appears to be a report that I authored dated November 8th, 2021.
True and accurate copy?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I'll move 417, 18, 383, and 560 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are all received.
And I'll move to publish.
You may publish.
Ms. Jones, in preparation for testifying today, in order to make this a more visually understandable experience for everyone, you understand that your report has been maybe cut apart and put into a PowerPoint for everyone to see?
Yes.
Okay. And so we'll start with, you were asked to perform a report, and you did write a report on July 29th, 2021. Was this your first report in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And as I'm talking about each report, in fact, I'll just give you a copy, and you can go ahead and just let us know if you're referencing that report, okay? And I see you brought some materials with you. If you need to reference anything, you can just let us know that you need to refresh your recollection, and we'll let you go ahead and do that. Just so there's a clear record, we'll just say that out loud, even though it might be a tad awkward or not normal. We'll go through this one somewhat slowly so everyone can understand maybe how these reports take form. But the first section of your report, we talk about items examined. So what did you examine here?
I examined a dried blood standard reportedly from Bart Halderson an electric toothbrush head reportedly used by Krista Halderson, and then some samples reportedly of human remains, K1 through K6, of differing body parts, and then a buccal swab standard reportedly from Mr. Halderson.
Okay. And I'm going to show you a couple of these items, just so we're talking about the same thing. I'm going to show you what's been received into evidence already in this case. It's been labeled with the exhibit sticker 194, and it's labeled electric toothbrush head. We're not going to open it or anything, but do you see anything on there that indicates that item has been to the lab?
It has our yellow barcode label with the case number and the item number.
And the case number in this case is what?
M21-1575.
And what is an item number?
It's just the item that we give each item that comes into the lab.
Okay. So while the police may have labeled it with a letter or a number, and maybe in court we put a sticker on it with a different number, you have your own system and you put your own letter to it?
Yes.
Okay. And what letter is that?
Item I.
All right. Same question with the item labeled Mr. Halderson DNA spot card. What item is that?
That is M21-1575, item B.
For the record, we're talking about exhibit 372 and then 361. What item is that?
It's M21-1575, item N.
Okay. So these items come into the lab. Can you tell me just a bit, and we won't do this for each item, but when the police bring you out an item, how are they processed in? I imagine there's not just a mailbox out front, that there's some process for this.
They usually meet with an evidence specialist that will take inventory of all the items and then give them a receipt of their items. And then they create the case and all the item numbers in our LIMS system.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide. And here it says preparation for analysis. In your report, what does preparation for analysis mean?
It means when I took swabbings or cuttings from each of these items, I took a portion of that item, and so I'm sub-designating the cuttings or the swabbings that I took for each item. So on the left, we have the sample name, and in the middle is what the parent item is, and then we have the sub-designation of what I made of the cuttings or the swabbings I took from those items.
Okay. So if you take a swab of, say, item B, which is the Bart Halderson blood standard from the medical examiner office, you take a cotton swab and then you cut something off that swab?
Well, it was a blood standard given, so I just cut a portion of the dried blood standard, and then I sub-designated it as B1.
Okay. So some of the original remains?
Original blood that was given to me, yes.
Okay. And when we sub-designate something, and again, we'll go through this one a little bit more carefully, and I think everyone will get the hang of it in a second, but when we sub-designate something, is it always carry that same letter and then add usually either a number or a letter to it?
Either, depending on what the parent item is, so in this instance, there's item B, so that the sub-designation would be B1. And then for the portion cut from the left leg tissue, the item was K1, but the sub-designation I made was K1A.
Okay. After you prepare them for analysis, I imagine you do some sort of DNA isolation?
Yes, we called, this is the quantification results that we got from the items that I did the DNA extraction on. And this table just explains the results of those quantitation and whether or not they went on for further analysis.
Sure. So in item B1 and N1, and we'll just use B1 as an example here, meaning it was the blood standard. Here you indicate you found human DNA.
Right. When we do standard extractions, we typically go from extraction right into the amplification stage. We don't usually quantify these standards unless there's a necessity to do it.
Okay. And when in the further testing column, it says autosomal STR, what does that mean?
That's the amplification that we use to detect human or DNA profiles from.
When we go to K2A, K5A, and K6A, could you remind us again, based on the report, what were those items where it says, because here it says, of course, human DNA not detected. What were K2A, K5A, and K6A? What were those cuttings of?
K2A was a cutting of reported left thigh tissue, And then K5A and K6A were swabbings of the hollow area of the left and right thigh bones.
And I made this slide to maybe highlight that, again, going through this one more carefully for the jury. Here you actually had portions of thigh tissue that you were not able to detect DNA on.
That's correct.
And as an analyst, is that something that can be explained, or do you have any comments on how possibly part of a cutting from a human thigh tissue, there was no DNA detectable on that?
The item received, when I examined it, did not really appear to have a lot of pink tissue. It was very whitish in color, and it had a distinct odor to it when examining it. So I knew I would probably have a difficult time of getting DNA recovered from that. Based on my experience, items like those are difficult to recover DNA from due to possible bacterial activity inhibiting the ability to recover DNA.
Okay, so sometimes bacterial activity or things being in the elements and subjected to that can have an impact on whether you can obtain the DNA?
Yes.
Okay, but you were able to identify or find DNA or detect DNA from K1A, which is of the same general items?
K1A was left leg tissue.
Okay, and so
Just to remind you guys, they only ever found Krista's legs and Bart's torso, and there were over 100 bone fragments found in that ash trap in the house as well. So there's small bone fragments there, but it's just so horrifying when when they're comparing the DNA and they say like, a thigh or things like that. Chandler didn't leave much of his parents left to find. So it's just horrible.
So next you have some standards. So you have the dry blood standard from Bart Halderson, item B1, and then you have Mitchell Halderson, which you labeled as N1, and you have single source profile. What does the single source profile mean?
When we get the data after amplification and typing the DNA, we interpret the DNA and we can determine whether the profile is from one contributor, which is a single source profile, or from more than one person, which is a mixture. And in this case, when I was doing the analysis of the data, both of these items appeared to be from single source individuals.
And when we look at the swabbing of the bristles on the electric toothbrush head, and that you say reportedly was used by Krista Halderson, what does that mean when you wrote single source female profile? Explain that.
So we have the ability in our amplification kit that has one area that we can determine gender. And in this case, females will have an XX and the male will have an XY. And when interpreting this profile, there was only the X for the gender, indicating it was a female single source profile.
Moving to the next portion, you start talking about this item K1A in which you were able to isolate or detect some DNA. Tell us what this section of your report means.
So the result is that I got a partial single source female profile, which means I didn't get a complete profile, but I got a pretty good profile from it. Out of the 23 markers that we do amplification on, I had 22 of them, and so that makes it a partial profile. And then I compared that partial profile to the profile I got from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush head. And Krista Halderson was considered the source of that profile.
And understanding at that time, identifying Krista Halderson and her remains was important. Did you then use the buccal swab or the single source profile from their reported son, Mitchell, as well as what you knew to be Bart, to try to come to some sort of conclusions as well?
Yes, I did a paternity to determine whether or not those remains could also be the possible biological mother of Mitchell Halderson, knowing that Bart Halderson was the biological father. And it was at least 413 billion times more likely to observe the profile from Mitchell Halderson if the female profile detected from the left leg tissue is his biological mother than if it's a random unrelated female is the mother.
Fair to say a good part of this report was simply determining the sources of the DNA. So you had Krista, Bart, Mitchell, and eventually you obtained Chandler Halderson's DNA, correct?
Yes.
You then wrote another report on September 1st, and I'll bring that one to you. That's labeled as exhibit number 417. Fair to say in this report, we start testing pieces of evidence, maybe the more traditional thing that folks might think about when they think of your job. We're talking about evidence that was collected.
Yes.
You examined a lot of items, correct?
Yes.
All right. I think you talked about examining here a garbage bin, item C2, a tarp that was sub-designated C2, meaning it was inside the garbage bin, I would imagine?
Oh, there were 2 items. The parent item was item C, that was a garbage bin and a tarp, and then we sub-designated the garbage bin and the tarp as 2 separate items.
Right. And then you labeled item D, scissors, item E, a broken saw blade, item F, a handsaw, item G, pruning shears, item L and M, both metal fragments, item P, a buckle swab from Chandler Halderson, and item S, a tarp that was recovered from a barn.
That's correct.
You did some blood testing on some of these items, correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about that. We heard yesterday from Deputy Leatherberry, who testified extensively about some of the blood tests he did. What does it mean when you write this in your report that you identified blood?
So when we identify blood in the lab, the testing is similar to a pregnancy test or a COVID test, where we're taking a little bit of the sample, adding some liquid reagent to it, and then adding it to a card. And for us to say blood was identified, we must see 2 lines. And if we only get 1 line, then blood was not detected on the item. And in this case, I had two positive lines when testing these items. So blood was identified on all of these items.
And Ms. Jones, if you wouldn't mind, would you step up here for a second, and we'll start talking first about item C that you sub-designated C1 and 2. I'll move the rest of them, but I can't move one of them. Could you take a look at this large item, this box that's in here? I believe this has been marked as an exhibit in this case as exhibit number 14, and we don't have to open it, and I know there's reasons it's secured at this point. But could you let me know, do those stickers appear to be from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab and appear to be what you've labeled as item C, then sub-designated C1 and C2?
Yes.
Okay. You can take a seat again. In the garbage bin, item C1, you indicate you were able to identify blood. Do you recall where you were able to identify blood in the garbage bin?
Can I refer to my notes?
You can. Just let us know when you've refreshed your recollection.
I tested a swab that was from a stain near where the tape was inside the garbage bin.
And that was positive for blood?
Yes.
Okay. And then as to the tarp that's inside item C2, same question. Was that a swab of one of the stains on the tarp?
Both of them were, yes.
So item C2, and then I promised you that I'd carry the rest. This, I think, has been identified and perhaps colloquially called the barn tarp, a tarp purportedly recovered from a barn in the Irwin Road property. Does that appear to have your lab sticker on it?
Yes, it's M21-1575, item S.
Okay, excellent. And we won't open this, and I understand why. But on this, you were able to identify blood as well?
Yes.
And was that on staining that you were able to observe?
Yes.
The detective's actually going to assist me for a little bit because we're going to maybe look at some of these items. Next, we're going to talk about item D, which is the scissors, which has been marked in this case as exhibit number 142. So the detective actually just approached you with that, if that's okay. Same question, is that the item, those scissors that you were able to look at the crime lab?
It has our designation of M21-1575, item D.
Okay, and we don't have to open that right now. We can actually probably just sit it right there because we're going to come back to it. But on the scissors, were you able to detect blood?
Yes.
And do you know where?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes, just let us know when you've refreshed your memory.
I identified blood on the blade of the scissors.
Okay. Next, we're going to talk about the broken saw blade. I believe that's been received into evidence as exhibit number 141. We'll have the detective approach you with it. If you could look at that, make sure your lab sticker's on there, and we'll leave it with the scissors.
It appears to have our barcode M21-1575, item E on it.
Okay, for everyone's reference, at Exhibit 141, I believe broken saw blade testified to being recovered at the Irwin Road property. Were you able to detect blood on that saw blade?
Yes.
And where on the blade, or was it just a swab of the blade in general?
It was the teeth of the blade.
Okay. Next, item F. We're just going to move that up there. This is I believe, received into evidence in this case as exhibit number 140, an Allway brand handsaw.
Yes, it has our barcode label on it, M21-1575, item F.
And were you able to detect blood on that item?
Yes.
And do you know where?
On the blade.
Okay. And next, we're going to look at item G, same process. I appreciate the detective helping us out. If you could just confirm the lab stickers on there.
Yes, it has our barcode M21-1575, item G.
Are you always able to conduct a blood test on samples you receive?
Not always.
In what situations are you not?
Depending on how much staining is on an item, if there's very little staining on it, it's up to the analyst, maybe in discussion with the agency or on their own, to only go on for DNA analysis because there won't be enough to test for blood and do DNA, because we're taking a portion of that stain to do the screening test for blood. There might not be enough to do DNA analysis. So for us, it's more important to get a DNA profile from that than maybe doing screening on it.
In this specific case, did you work in conjunction with detectives and investigators, including Deputy Leatherberry, regarding items being submitted to the lab?
Yes.
Are you aware that sometimes he was performing tests to detect blood or human blood himself?
Yes.
And if those situations came up or arose regarding a very limited amount and he had already performed the test, there would be a discussion about maybe being more important to do DNA analysis on your part?
Yes.
Okay. You prepared these items for analysis, and we don't have to explain it again, but essentially you took swabs and there's some cuttings of those swabs, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're able to do some analysis. So in each one, you're able to figure out if there's human DNA present, perhaps male DNA present, and then decide whether there's further testing that you can do.
Yes.
Okay. And let's just take an example of a couple different, there's 3 different ways you've responded here. Item C1, B1, which was a portion of the swab cut from the inside lip of the garbage bin. Here it says human DNA present, male DNA present, but not selected for further testing. Can you tell us why?
Like I was explaining quantitation, our kit has the ability to detect human and male DNA, but we also have the ability to determine whether or not the sample has inhibition or degradation. And in this case, the sample had a very high degradation rate. And if this went on for further analysis, I would likely not get something interpretable for DNA. And there were plenty of other items that were going on for further testing. So this one was not selected.
Okay. The next possible result in the further testing column is for most of them, you write autosomal STR. What does that mean?
That means it went on to amplification, which is the DNA making copies of itself, and then going on for typing, which is taking that amplified DNA to detect a profile.
And the other option here is we see for item C2, I1, and S3A, you write unsuitable. What does unsuitable mean, and why is that different than not selected?
So in the human DNA column, I have limited human DNA, and I also have limited male DNA. And based on those results, they were below our threshold for samples to go on for further analysis. So these samples were not taken for further analysis, so no DNA profile was developed from these items.
Okay. The next item we're going to look at is, and I'll have the detective, if he wants to grab Mr. Halderson's buckle, and I'll approach you with that. But you had, from your July 29th report, you had some standards, meaning you had the single source profile of Bart Halderson and Mitchell Halderson.
Yes.
Okay. And you, based on the toothbrush head in your analysis, you believed you had Crystal Halderson.
Yes.
Okay. And in this report, September 1st, you were provided a buccal swab purportedly obtained from Chandler Halderson.
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach real quick?
Yes. All right. And I know we've looked at the other swabs previously, or the source profiles, but could you tell me, I'm showing you it's been marked as exhibit number 360. Could you tell me what that is?
That's the crime lab's item designation M211575, item P.
And what does this appear to be to you?
A buccal swab standard from Chandler Halderson.
Okay. At that point, you did some analysis on all of these items using those source profiles, is that correct?
I made comparisons from the buccal swab standards to the evidence profiles developed.
Okay, and we're going to talk about those. Why are some of these grouped up in maybe one major result and some of them separated out individually?
This one was grouped together because it was the same male profile was detected from all of these items. So we like to group them together to kind of condense the report so it's not even longer than it already is.
Okay, and so we'll talk a little bit about that. And so I'm going to show you some items, but let's start with here you say the swabbings from the stains. I think you testified there was blood on item C2, and there were some sub-designations there, D1, G1, and H1. What do those sub-designations mean again?
They're just different areas of the tarps that I swabbed, and then the cuttings that I took from those swabs that I took from the tarp.
And what was your conclusion related to the stains on that tarp that was found in the garbage cans, at least the swabs C2, D1, C2, G1, and C2, H1?
They were single source male profiles from the same individual.
And who was that individual?
Bart Halderson was the source.
Is there any numerical value attached to when you say someone is the source?
For us to consider someone the source, the profile that the stat that we calculate, the profile has to be rarer than 1 in 7 trillion individuals, which is 1,000 times the world's population.
Okay. And here you say Krista, Mitchell, and Chandler are excluded. What does it mean for someone to be excluded?
They are not the source of that profile.
Okay. And the last line, additional possible trace alleles were detected, and it goes on. What does that line mean?
It means when I was analyzing the data from items F2 and L1, there were a couple minor types seen that I couldn't really say anything about. They could be just non-true peaks or artifacts from the application project. So they're trace alleles, and I'm not making any conclusions on those.
Okay, excellent. And the next item that's in this grouping is the swabbing of the staining. I think you've already testified about on the teeth blade of the handsaw, item F2.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to have the detective who's masked and gloved up with clean gloves, I would imagine, remove F2 from the box and just display to the jury, so we're recalling the same item. First, I'll have the analyst look at.
I'm telling you, I'm putting on my snarkiest pants. Okay, careful now. Yeah, no, Chandler, for the person saying, Jane, poor Chazzy was under so much pressure. Oh, please. Oh, my word. Like, even his friend, the one who gave him the gun, said, hey, Chandler, I can get you a job where you get $18 an hour. And he said, no, thanks. He didn't want it. He didn't want to work, okay? He didn't have pressure. He didn't want to work at all. He rather worked very hard on his lies. I mean, can you imagine making like 5 different email addresses just to keep up the lie that you're working when you're not even working? Then you make a bigger lie to say, oh, now I'm going to work at SpaceX. Like, yeah, right. Okay, so my snark tank is now full. So if I bite, I'm very sorry about that. But oh my, you know, over here at Grizzly True Crime, we snark at people like Chandler Halderson, who I don't even know. That's not even an argument. It's so much pressure. You don't kill and dismember your parents. I don't care what kind of pressure you're under. You don't do that. And if you do, we're going to snark at you all day long. Okay? It's not the vibe here. No. What about Bart and Krista? Hell no. Okay, so deep breaths, everyone. We have 59 minutes of trial footage left. So here we go.
Is that in fact the item that we're talking about?
Yes.
And I'll have the detective just remove that, and I'll ask you some questions about it. And I'll have him walk in front of the jury, and I'll ask you a couple of questions. What was your conclusion related to the swabbing of the staining on that saw, and I think it's been testified, purportedly recovered at the Irwin Road property?
It was a single source male profile.
And who was that profile?
Bart Halderson was the source of that profile.
And the numerical value you gave previously, same answer for this one?
Yes.
So I'll ask the detective to re-glove at this point. The next item we'll talk about, and just to make sure we're all looking at the same thing, we'll remove it again. You swabbed the stains on the clippers, the ends of the pruning shears, which was item G3.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And first we'll show you the box. Is that in fact the item that we're discussing?
Yes.
All right, and I'll have the detective display it to the jury while I ask you the question.
So the trigger warning is
Item
on
G3.
this. It's on the screen. I mean, what he did. Look at it. These pruning shearers. Looks like a bolt cutter as well. And all this blood evidence found on these items. And then he stashed it in an old oil drum at his girlfriend's mother's fiance's property. Like, what a dumbass. As I say, I don't think that was his original plan. I think he thought, again, like a dumbass. I don't know what movie he was watching or doing, that he just thought everything will just incinerate in the fireplace and he could just dust his handies off and be like, I'm done. No one will ever know. No, they're gonna know. He made such a big mess of everything and he, ran around scattering remains, lying to everyone. So, yeah. He was a good liar. That's the only thing he's ever been good at, okay? Is lying. And we don't like that. Even that friend who bought him the gun, a male who was in the army, okay, said that when he saw the news that Chandler had been arrested, he literally picked up the phone and called law enforcement to say, you've got the wrong guy. So even he said in post-trial interviews, yeah, he didn't ever see that coming. That was just not how he perceived Chandler either. So for people also snarky on and on and on about the prison calls and the jail calls, sorry, he was still in jail. And how Kat, she was saying a lot of things that make you go, wow, don't you know what happened? No, she didn't know everything that happened at that point. And Chandler had convinced everyone who he was talking to on the phone, they've got the wrong guy. I would never do something like this. So if even the army guy believed him at first, he spoke to him for a week while he was in jail. Then he blocked him, right? Obviously, 21-year-old Kat would believe him. Sure, but I think they haven't spoken to him since the trial, Kat and Dulce, and I'm going to find out. I have contacted the jail to get all the jail calls possible, and I have contacted the prison because I want to know. What is he eating? What is he ordering? What is he doing? Who's he talking to? What's going on? Because they will be fans. How scary is that? There will be people that have a disorder called hybristophilia, and they need help, If they feel in love with him or they feel sorry for him or whatever, no, they need help, okay? So anyway, let's carry on.
What were your conclusions as to that item?
It was a single source mail profile, and Bart Halderson was the source of that profile.
Okay, we'll return that item to the box. Next, there are two items, and as the detective gets ready, L1 and M1, you list them as metal fragments, but you say something that we haven't seen yet, which is washings of. What does that mean, a washing of something?
That means the item was small enough that I could actually place the item in a tube and add reagent to it. And it's what we call a washing because it's not a swabbing and it's not a cutting of. We're washing that item to recover any DNA that may be from it. And then we remove the item from the liquid, and then that goes on for DNA extraction.
Sure. Do you find that to be a reliable method?
Yes, we use it in other items of evidence too.
Okay. And we're going to show you what's been marked. Again, we're not opening these. Show you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 285 and 286. I believe testified from Investigator Leatherberry as metal fragments recovered from the basement of the Halderson home. Are those the items that we're discussing?
Yes.
And did you in fact wash those items?
Yes, I did.
Were these items you were able to perform blood tests on?
No, based on the limited amount of sample size, it went on for DNA analysis.
Sure. And what was the result of the DNA analysis on items L1 and M1, which is also, I guess for our purposes, exhibits 285 and 286?
They were single source mail profiles from the same individual, and Bart Halderson was the source of that profile.
Next, and we're just going to go through the whole report even when it maybe didn't lead to anything. Here you indicate the swab from the stain on the tarp, item C2E1. Was this another stain you found on the tarp?
Yes.
And for everyone's purposes, is item C and then C2, the sub-designation?
Yes.
And you say partial low-level profile not suitable for comparisons due to limited amount of genetic information. Just explain that for us.
So sometimes when we develop DNA profiles, sometimes we don't get great profiles. And in this case, that was the instance where I didn't get anything that I could really make any conclusions on. So our procedure is to say a partial low-level profile and not make any comparisons to it.
Okay. You were able to find some comparisons, however, with other areas of that same TARP?
Yes.
Okay. And so now we're looking at your testing done on item C2F1, which we talk about the TARP, talking about the one in the garbage can, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what conclusions did you reach regarding that staining?
I detected a single source female profile, and Gisela Halderson was the source of that profile.
Same numerical value that you previously gave regarding the sample?
Yes.
What is StarMix?
StarMix is a probabilistic genotyping software that we use in the lab, and it has the ability to deconvolute complex mixtures and then perform likelihood ratio calculations on those profiles when given a standard for reference.
And because of my question, perhaps we're about to see some of that testing done in this case, or those results, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you explain what a likelihood ratio is?
If you want to go to the next slide, I can.
Sure. So here, for everyone's purposes, we're looking at the StarMix slide from your lab report labeled swab from stain near where tape was inside garbage bin on item C1C1. Talk about this.
So a likelihood ratio is a ratio of two different hypotheses, and the statistic calculated gives support for one hypothesis over the other. So in this case, the top part of the table, it says H1. That's the first hypothesis, and that consists usually of the person of interest and an unknown individual, because in this case, it's a two-person mixture, so the person of interest and an unknown individual. And then the second hypothesis is that it's two unknown individuals.
How do you construct those likelihood ratio proportions?
It's based on the case information that we are given. And like I said, H1 is usually a hypothesis that the person of interest is included in that. And H2 is a hypothesis where the person of interest is not included.
Okay. And when you say person of interest, do you mean any of these standards being the person of interest?
Yes, on the left side of the table, each standard that I made a comparison to, they're listed. So it's Bart Halderson, Krista Halderson, Mitchell Halderson, and Chandler Halderson's. Each of their standards were compared to the evidence profile in this case.
In this case, you use StarMix?
Yes.
Can you tell us why?
Based on our procedure manual, I needed to use StarMix in this case.
Sure. What is the mathematical process used by StarMix?
The mathematical process is a random resampling, and to be able to best explain the data and all the possible genotypes that could be part of this profile.
Okay. Are the methods you've described here for StarMix, are they generally accepted by people who do what you do for a living?
Yes.
So let's start talking about it. So as we go through, we're going to see some of the more simple line results, and then maybe we're going to see some more complex ones. This is StarMix?
Yes.
All right. When we're looking at this, let's start from the top. We're talking about a stain near where the tape was inside item C1, this large box here. And tell us what the jury is looking at here.
So you're looking at the table of the results and the conclusions from this. The first part says that it was a partial low-level two-person mixture. So when I was doing the analysis of the profile, I determined that more than one person contributed to this profile. And I knew that at least one male was included. So then that information is given to StarMix, and it deconvolutes the mixture and lets me know if it's has good results that I can go and do statistics from standards on. And in this case, it did. And then I have each standard compared to that profile, and it gives me a statistic of whether or not they can be included or excluded or uninformative.
In dealing with a situation in which every person of interest, and not using the term person of interest as a police officer might, and as I think you robbed the Walmart, as in person of interest meaning the person who you believe possibly might be have their DNA included in this mix. Sometimes is it possible to see people who are biologically related have small support or moderate support for inclusion?
Yes, it's possible.
And I think when you started talking at the beginning, you indicated that we get our DNA from our parents.
Yes.
And just what amount of DNA do you get from your parents?
You get 50% from your fathers and 50% from your mother.
Sure. And here you've reached some sort of qualifier as to your conclusion, very strong support, uninformative, moderate support, things of that sort.
Yes.
Okay. Let's start at the top. For Mr. Bart Halderson, related to the staining on where the tape was inside the garbage bin, what was your conclusion?
That it was at least 43 billion times more likely to observe this DNA profile as a mixture from H1, which is person of interest plus unknown, than if it's a mixture resulting from H2, which is from 2 unknown individuals.
Okay. And Krista, it's uninformative?
Yes.
Meaning?
I'm not making any type of conclusions on if they're included or excluded based on the statistic calculated.
And for Mitchell Halderson, it's indicated as moderate support for inclusion?
Yes.
And explain again, if you could, what moderate support for inclusion means.
The moderate support for inclusion was developed when we did our validation, and it was determined that it was a support for inclusion, but it was just above our cutoff.
What is that cutoff?
1,000.
And what is Mitchell?
2,670 times more likely.
Compared to where you find very strong support with Bart, it was 43 billion times more likely.
Yes.
Okay. And lastly, for Chandler Halderson, you wrote uninformative?
Yes.
Here, now, we're talking about the scissors, and we'll do the same process as we're talking through this. I'll have the detective glove up. And first, I'll have him show you the box where we're talking about item D1. For the jury's purpose, that's been marked as exhibit number 142 in our case. Is that the item labeled scissors that I think you previously talked about some of the blood you found?
Yes.
All right, we'll go ahead and have the detective display those for the jury, and I'll ask you some questions. Same 4 possible persons of interest in using star mix, and what were your results here?
The swabbing from the handles of the scissors, I detected a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male.
And did you reach some conclusions regarding those persons of interest?
Bart Halderson was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the profile if it is a mixture of H1 than it is a mixture of H2.
Okay. And Krista Halderson?
The same result.
At least 1 quadrillion more likely to observe that profile than an unknown person?
Yes.
Okay. The number quadrillion is a large number?
Yes.
How large of a number is that?
It's a 1 with 15 zeros after it.
Okay. And here, Mitchell and Chandler excluded?
Yes.
We don't need to display it again, but here, obviously, there was some additional staining on the scissors, item D2?
Yes, I took swabbings from the staining on the blade of the scissors.
Okay. And the jury already saw that with the scissors, but what were your conclusions or reached here?
It was a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male. Again, Bart Halderson was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile as a mixture of H1 than if it is H2. Krista Halderson, it was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile as a mixture resulting from H1 than if it is a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson was excluded, and Chandler Halderson was excluded.
Okay. Next item we're going to talk about, and we'll have the detective assist us, is your item E1 for purposes of the jury. We're talking about item or exhibit 141, which is the broken saw blade. I believe testimony was reportedly recovered from the Irwin Road property. So we'll have the detective just pull that out as we discuss it.
Yes.
And you were answering the question, is that in fact the item E1 from the lab?
Yes.
Okay. We'll have the detective remove it. And as he carefully does that, tell me about your conclusions using star mix here.
So I detected a partial low-level 2-person mixture with at least 1 male. Bart Halderson, the result was very strong support for inclusion, and it was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile as a mixture resulting from H1 than if it's a mixture resulting from H2.
And then Krista, Mitchell, and Chandler were uninformative?
Yes.
Next, we're going to talk about the all-way handsaw. I think you labeled it item F, as in Frank, and then sub-designated F1 was the swabbing you took?
Yes.
Okay, and for everyone's purposes, that's Exhibit 140. And sorry for the delay. Obviously, the detective wants to change his gloves each time, but we'll have him show you Exhibit number 140 for our purposes. Is that item F for your purposes?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll have the detective open that up, display it for the jury. And while you describe the results, what were your results on item F1?
I detected a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it's a mixture resulting from H1 than resulting from H2. Krista Halderson, it was very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile as a mixture from H1 than from H2. And Mitchell Halderson and Chandler Halderson were excluded.
Next, and of course, the detective will go through the process of changing gloves. We're going to talk about item G in this case, which is the pruning shears for the jury's purposes. Exhibit number 139, purportedly recovered from the Irwin Road property, I believe was the testimony. And we'll have the detective, one second. And we'll have the detective continue to show him, but we're going to start talking about the results because there's numerous results as to this one. Tell us about item G1.
G1 was the swapping of the black rubber handle on the pruning shears. I detected a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male. And the results for each individual was Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it was a mixture from H1 than if it was a mixture resulting from H2. Krista Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from H1 than if it's a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson was excluded and Chandler Halderson was excluded.
Okay, briefly, the detective's going to open the box. I know we've all seen it before, but I just want to make sure everyone's seeing the same thing. That's your item that we're talking about?
Yes.
All right, we'll go to the other swabbing you took from there, which was G2. What did you find here?
Again, it was a swabbing of the staining on the red metal handle portion of the pruning shears. It was a 2-person mixture and at least 1 male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from H1 than if it is a mixture resulting from H2. Krista Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from H1 than if it's a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson was excluded and Chandler Halderson was excluded.
Excellent. And the detective will repackage that and you can take a seat for a second. Next, we're going to talk about this item, I think being referred to as the barn tarp, item S1 that you previously looked at. You performed this work on this item, on the stainings on the barn tarp. What were you able to conclude?
The swab from the stain on the barn tarp was a 2-person mixture and at least 1 male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it was a mixture from H1 than if it's a mixture resulting from H2. Krista Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than if it's a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson was excluded and Chandler Halderson was excluded.
Okay, and we don't have to read it again, but you did another swab from the same tarp, correct?
Yes.
And that has identical results.
Yes.
Bart and Krista, each 1 quadrillion times more likely to be observed than anyone else. There's a random person.
It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than H2.
Okay. You then performed another report in this case. That's exhibit number 418, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'll hand you that report for reference. Same format. You examined a lot of items.
Yes.
However, many of these are swabs, correct, that we're looking at here?
I'd say half are swabs. The other half were bags labeled.
Okay. First thing in your report is items you identified blood on?
Yes.
All right. Let's.
I'm just gonna pause mid. Gas guy says, I don't understand what Kat saw in Chandler in the first place. His friend, Andrew, former friend, said that a lot of beautiful ladies really liked Chandler. So I don't know. I don't know. But it's not her fault. You know, and obviously this is all in hindsight. At the time, he probably seemed quite successful. You know, he was in college. He was going to work at SpaceX. I mean, he was working from home. No, none of that is true. But that's even what his parents believed. He was such a good liar that his best friend believed him, his parents believed him, his girlfriend and her mom and their fiance believed him. So, yeah. Now, I think I would hope that, people don't see anything in him except for exactly what he is.
Talk about those briefly. There's items starting with the letter W labeled paper towels. What were those?
Paper towels.
Yeah, and do you have a description in general for item W of what that was?
There was a box containing several bags of what were called, that contained paper towels.
Okay, and you were able to identify blood on that?
On 4 of them I tested. Okay. There was blood.
All right. Next, we have a swab reportedly recovered from a family room. Swab G, family room. These items labeled G by the investigators that were involved in the case?
Yes.
And you sub-designated that or designated as X6?
Yes, there were 7 or 8 swabs in that one item submitted.
Next, you were able to identify blood on the axe, item AC?
Yes.
Okay, and this one we'll actually want to look at. So I'll have the detective come up. He can grab that. I'll actually move some of this out of his way. I'm going to have the detective show you item AC, and you can just let us know, in fact, is that have the stickers from your lab labeled as that item. You can take a look at that if you need to get up. That's fine.
It has our label M21-1575 AC on the box.
Sure. And we'll pause on opening that until we get to the section and talk about the actual findings. But where on that item were you able to locate blood?
Do you mind if I refer to my notes?
Absolutely fine. Thank you.
I did the testing to confirm for blood on the staining near the hilt of the axe.
Okay. How would you describe where the hilt is?
It's where the axe head and the handle meet.
Okay. Next, some shoes recovered in this case. You labeled as items AD1 and AD2. You found blood on those shoes?
Yes.
Can you tell us whereabouts on those shoes you found blood?
The bottoms of the shoes.
Okay. And I'll have the detective just show you what's been marked and received in this case. If you could look and see if your lab sticker is in fact on that.
Yes, it is.
There were some jeans or pants that you labeled as AE, and you recovered blood there?
Yes.
Okay. What is the difference between blood identified in this report and this next section, which we hadn't seen before, which is presumptive testing for blood positive, however, could not be confirmed?
So presumptive testing for blood is what a lot of people are familiar with. It's the chemical test. And if blood is indicated, it will turn pink. And then I went to do the confirmatory test for blood, and I did not see 2 lines. I only had 1 line. So I could say that it was presumptive for blood was positive, but I could not confirm blood on those items.
Okay. And those items were a swab from the living room fireplace and a swab from the Southside basement area?
Yes.
Okay. And then what does the next section mean, just presumptive testing for blood positive? And what's different from the blood was identified section?
So presumptive testing for blood was positive on the paper towels and the swabs listed, but I didn't take those on to do a confirmatory test. I took a representative sampling to confirm for blood. And the rest of these items just had the presumptive testing done.
And those items, paper towels, swab from the family room, there were some swabs from the fireplace and Southside basement area.
Yes.
Okay. Same as before. You prepared the items for analysis, meaning you swabbed them or did the cuttings, and you did some analysis. Here, the first couple are unsuitable. Again, remind us what that means.
Just means I didn't detect any DNA, so I couldn't go on for further analysis.
And however, you were able to perform some analysis on a good deal of these items.
Yes.
Let's start with this one. A swab from the living room, or the family room, excuse me, item X1A, and the swabbing from the stain on the sole of the shoe that you had, item AD2B. Tell me what your conclusions were here.
They were single source mail profiles from the same individual, and Bart Halderson was the source of those profiles.
Sure. For the jury's purpose, some of the swabs we're talking about here came from the fireplace. I believe Investigator Leatherberry testified to some of those. But here we're talking about the shoe and a swabbing from the family room. And you identified Mr. Halderson?
Yes.
Same numerical value as you previously talked about, being 1 in 7 trillion?
Yes.
Okay. Swab from the family room, item X2 through X7. And cuttings from the stain on the jeans, item AE2 and AE3, you were able to observe or able to determine a single source mail profile. Tell me those results.
Detected a single source mail profile from the same individual. Chandler M. Halderson was the source of those profiles.
And you used the phrase family room. Were you aware that that was the designation being used by the investigators in certain areas of the home? They were calling areas basement or family room, things of that sort?
Yes, whatever they had written on the transmittal is what we used for our description.
Next, we'll talk about swab from the north side of the basement, items Y1A, Y3A, Y5A, and Y6A. Here, these were swabs taken from the same general area. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And did you perform some analysis on them?
Yes, I was able to detect single source female profiles from the same individual, and Krista Halderson was the source of those profiles.
Were you able to perform blood testing on that swab?
On those swabs?
Yes.
No, I did not perform blood testing on those swabs.
Can you tell us why not?
There wasn't very much staining on those items when I examined them, and I talked to Detective Leatherberry about whether they wanted blood identified or to go on for DNA analysis. And per a conversation with him, he said he had done some blood testing on one of the items, and then the other ones I would just do DNA analysis on.
And were these, were you aware they were swabs of blood pattern that was on a safe in the basement?
I knew they were from a safe, but I didn't know what they were of.
Okay. And did you rely on Mr. Leatherberry's representations then, or at least in determining whether DNA was more important at that time? Is that how you made your decision?
Yes.
Next, we'll talk about the swab from the living room fireplace, item N. And so for the jury's purposes, I suppose I put it up there. Item N being maybe in the center. Item N, what are we looking at there for a result?
I had a partial low-level male profile detected, and when comparing the standards, Chandler Halderson was the source of that profile.
Next, we'll talk about the south side basement area. I believe it was labeled F by some of the investigators involved. There, what were you able to determine?
I detected a partial low-level 3-person mixture, but this profile was unsuitable for comparisons due to the limited amount of genetic information and the complexity of the mixture.
Now we're going to look at some star mix results again?
Yes.
Okay. Here, talking about living room, fireplace, item O. And what were you able to determine based on the swabbing from item O?
I detected a partial low-level 3-person mixture in at least one male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture from Bart Halderson and 2 unknown individuals, or H1, than if it was a mixture resulting from 3 unknown individuals, or H2. Krista Halderson had strong support for inclusion. It was at least 10,000 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than if it was a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson was uninformative, and it was 2,940 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture from Chandler Halderson and 2 unknown individuals than if it was a mixture resulting from 3 unknown individuals, which is a moderate support for inclusion.
Now we're going to talk about the swab. I think Mr. Leatherberry testified yesterday, area G that he was able to identify. You did star mix on it. What were your conclusions?
I detected a partial low-level 2-person mixture that contained at least 1 male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile was a mixture resulting from H1 than if it was a mixture resulting from H2. Krista Halderson was uninformative. It was at least 1,280 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than a mixture resulting from H2, which was a moderate support for inclusion, and Chandler Halderson was uninformative.
Next, and we'll get the item out again, just so we're looking at the same thing. Swabbing on the staining of the axe head. I think you testified previously to various areas of the axe head that were tested, but let's start with this one, item AC1. So when you swabbed near the axe head, tell us what your results were.
I did 2-person mixture that it contained at least 1 male. Bart Halderson had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than if it was a mixture resulting from H2. Krista Halderson also had very strong support for inclusion. It was at least 106 million times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it was a mixture resulting from H1 than if it was a mixture resulting from H2. Mitchell Halderson had moderate support for exclusion. It was 2,600 times more likely to observe this mixture if it was resulting from H2 than if it was a mixture resulting from H1. And Chandler Halderson was uninformative.
AC2, near the hilt of the axe handle, is this where you said you were able to detect blood?
I identified blood, yes.
Could you point for the jury, I know we described it previously, without touching it, the detectives holding the axe, where is, in fact, the area in which you were able to identify blood?
There's a silver circle near where the axe head and the handle meet, and that's where I swabbed.
Okay. And I'll have the detective place it back. As we're talking about this result, AC2, I know you've been reading a lot, but there you found a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male, and then you reached some conclusions. That is for Bart Halderson, very strong support for inclusion?
Yes.
Krista Halderson, very strong support for inclusion?
Yes.
And you excluded both Mitchell and Chandler?
Yes.
You then swabbed the top part of the axe, item AC3. There, you reached conclusions. Very strong support for inclusion for Bart?
Yes.
Very strong support for Krista?
Yes.
And you excluded both Mitchell and Chandler?
Yes.
Next, we're going to talk about a pair of shoes. And I'll have the detective, if he could, in a second, walk up with a pair of shoes. In fact, they're already up there. Here in this case, you were asked to identify or to examine a pair of Brooks shoes that were brought to the crime lab?
Yes.
And are you aware that other disciplines at the crime lab, people who do footwear testing and things of that sort, they were also involved?
Yes.
Just might be a good break or a good time to ask you. A lot of different disciplines work together at the crime lab.
Yes.
Fingerprint.
We have just less than half an hour left of trial footage for today. I see that many of you are still staying strong. You hear it's not too much longer now. And there's still one more witness. The detective Sabrina Sims will take the stand as well, and that will be the one witness after this one. And then we'll be done with day 6 out of 10.
Footwear analysis, trace evidence, DNA, things like that?
Yes.
How do you decide what order things are tested when they come in? We plop this on your desk one day. Who goes first?
It depends on what the question is being asked of us to find. Some cases, if there's biological staining, we'll take our samples first, because sometimes the process for latent prints could destroy any DNA that we may want to do in the future. Sometimes items, depending on what they are best suited for latent prints to examine first, and then DNA. It's just a discussion between the assigned analyst on what the best, what is best to do first.
Okay. In this case, you were asked to swab the inside of the shoes near the heel, or that's what you decided to do. Why would one swab the inside of the shoes?
You might want to know who was wearing them.
Okay. And here we're looking at the left Brooks shoe in that bag that's in front of you. We don't have to do anything with it right now. It's there. There you reach some results, and that is uninformative for Bart, very strong support for inclusion for Krista, and uninformative for Mitchell, but very strong support for Chandler.
Yes, it was a 4-person mixture and that had at least one male.
And you examined the other shoe as well, right?
Yes.
And we'll skip ahead too. Here's the right.
Just a quick pause. I mean, Sharon said the prosecution has to be so knowledgeable also in order to know what questions to ask and how to ask them. I mean, this trial, the crime happened on the 1st of July of 2021, and this trial already happened from the first week of January in 2022. It really didn't take long to prepare everything and to get to trial. I mean, yes, they had a lot of evidence, but can you imagine how hard all these people worked for those 6 months getting ready for this trial in January of 2022? It's actually unbelievable.
Shoe. And there, very strong support for exclusion for Bart. You exclude Krista. Very strong support for exclusion of Mitchell, but very strong support for inclusion of Chandler.
Yes.
Meaning Mr. Halderson. Mr. Chandler Halderson is the only one with the left and right shoe that had strong support for inclusion of some sort.
Yes.
Okay. There was a stain you previously testified about on the bottom of those shoes. You labeled it sub-designation AD1B. Your conclusions there for the staining on the bottom of the shoes. Bart Halderson, strong support for inclusion?
Yes.
Krista Halderson, very strong support for inclusion.
Yes.
Mitchell Halderson, moderate support for exclusion.
Yes.
And Chandler Halderson, moderate support for inclusion.
Yes.
Was that the stain that you previously testified was blood?
Yes.
This perhaps hasn't come into the case, but you were provided and we're just going to present everything, you were provided a pair of jeans at some point.
Yes.
And that those pair of jeans were items AE1, and you found very strong support for inclusion of Chandler, and you excluded everybody else.
Yes.
Your last report that you did was much shorter, I would imagine, than all of the other reports. Showing your report number 560. When was this report dated?
November 8th, 2021.
And it's fair to say the police at some point found a gun and they brought it out to you to see if there was any DNA on it?
Yes.
And were you able to find any?
I took 3 swabbings from the rifle, and the results had very limited human DNA, limited male DNA, which mean it was unsuitable for further analysis.
Okay. You couldn't draw any conclusions from it?
Right.
Okay. Are guns a difficult object to detect DNA on sometimes?
They can be, yes.
Do you examine guns often in your job?
Yes.
And are you always able to extract DNA from somewhere on that gun when you sample it?
No.
If you want a drink of water now might be a good time. I'm going to ask a couple questions of everyone, but we might be getting close to the end. Okay?
Okay.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
The fluff that I chopped out there was like, okay, you could take a drink of water. And I mean, there was a little break short, maybe, I can't remember, it was like 10 or 20 seconds. And then it's like, okay, no further questions. I thought there's going to be more questions coming up. Let's see, are they going to do cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. So a couple questions for you. Earlier, Mr. Brown mentioned something about the crime lab being able to only test a limited amount of items. Is that correct?
They can. We can accept more, but usually we like a heads up first.
Okay. So I think the number 10 was used. Is that just a typical number that's assigned to homicide cases?
Yes.
And the state can certainly ask for more than 10 items to be tested.
Yes.
They're not limited in the amount of items. In other words, no more than 20 items can be tested, correct?
We just like to limit it just so it doesn't become very overwhelming. They can certainly ask for more to be submitted.
Of course, and that makes sense. Now, we talked a lot about DNA in general and blood. So if I hold this pen and you swab it, my DNA is going to be on this pen, correct?
Potentially, yes.
And there's no blood, just take my word for it. There's no blood on this pen. So you're still going to be able to pick up some DNA on that, correct?
Potentially, yes.
And that's why, and please correct me if I'm wrong, sometimes when we're designating or when the crime lab was designating swabs, there was just a general swab of blah versus swab of staining of blah. Does that sound about right?
Right.
So is it fair to assume that if there was a staining in front of that swab or in that swab, that's testing for DNA of the staining in particular, yes?
Potentially, yes.
And if it just said the general swab, then that would be just general swabbing, no blood detected or no blood necessary, yes?
Potentially, yes.
And just to give you a better example, let's see. If you want to look at your September 1st report, and I'm looking at, does the bottom have bait stamps for you?
Do you have the page number?
Yeah, I'm looking at 2,903.
Exhibit 417.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
2903, you said?
Yep.
Yep.
So right in the middle of that page, it says swabbing of handles of scissors, correct?
Yes.
And then right below that, it says swabbing of staining on blades on scissors, correct?
Yes.
So the first one, is it safe to assume that it's just a general swab of the handles?
Yes, trying to avoid any type of staining seen on the handle.
And the second one is more specific to staining seen on the
blade.
On that particular item?
On the blade, yes.
And then while we're looking at that sample of the handles in general, Mr. Halderson was excluded. And by Mr. Halderson, I mean Chandler was excluded.
Yes.
Now, let's talk about the standards used. And when I say standards, I'm talking about the individuals that were compared to that sample, correct?
Yes.
So as far as standards given, it sounds like there were just 4 samples or 4 standards that the crime lab used, correct?
Those were what were submitted to the lab, yes.
So if there were any other standards or any other individuals that were trying to get comparison from items, those would have been provided in your report, correct?
Yes, results would have been given.
Judge, can we approach? Of how DNA wouldn't be left on an item.
And yes, I don't know what happened there. That's just how the court feed was. Can we approach? And that was it. That was the end of cross-examination.
For instance, if Ms. Vera used the example of a pen, if I touched a pen and it was swabbed, what could cause DNA to come off of a pen?
If someone was wearing a glove, if they had wiped the item down after touching it?
Do cleaning products have any impact on DNA?
Potentially, yes.
In your work, are you able to tell particularly how DNA, when you find no DNA, are you able to say why or why not it wasn't there?
No.
It could be wiped off?
Yes.
And it could be cleaning products?
Yes.
Or it could have never been there in the first place?
Correct.
Okay. You are a scientist and your results are limited to those reports?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
May this witness be excused.
Excused but not released, yes.
Excused but not released.
And I think we will.
You take your reports, but I'll take the paper exhibits that you have, and we'll get everything else cleared up in a little bit. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Good afternoon. Is your name still Sabrina Sims?
Yes, it is.
And you are one of the 2 case detectives in this case?
Yes, I am.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the different areas that were searched by police in connection to this case. Of course, one place that was searched was the Irwin Road address in Cottage Grove, Dane County, Wisconsin.
Yes.
And that was searched primarily because a human torso was found on the land.
That's correct.
Okay. And we've also talked with Greg Leatherberry and others. The 4595 Oak Springs Circle address in Windsor, Dane County, Wisconsin, was also searched by police.
Yes.
And that's primarily because of information that came out of seeing Chandler Halderson as being the person that was seen close to where the torso was. So you were looking for a crime scene.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibits 459 through 465. If you would look at exhibits 459 through 465.
Yes, I would.
I would move exhibits 459 through 465 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
And I would ask to publish.
You may publish.
Detective Sims, what does exhibit 459 show?
This is a drone image of the backyard of the Halderson home, overlooking the pond area directly behind the Halderson home.
And was this pond area searched?
Yes, it was.
Tell me about that. How did the Dane County Sheriff's Office search the pond?
It was definitely done with a lot of thought, with cooperation with the pond owner, all of the residents that lived on the pond. We had to get consent from all of them. Obviously, we've taken in consideration the wildlife and fish around the pond. We didn't want to disturb that as part of our decision-making. We searched the pond because of the proximity to the residents, being directly behind the residents. At the point the decision was made to search the pond, we were still looking for numerous items of evidence. If you can see in this photograph, I guess it would be on the right side, that is our dive team truck. We had our dive team assist in part of this search. So they obviously got into the water. They also had difficulty in the search because, as you can see, there's numerous weeds growing in the pond. So as the search started, some of the divers who are Dane County deputy sheriffs, they just were struggling with the environment and the weeds below the water. So a decision was made in cooperation again with the pond owner. And we also used Dane County Parks to assist in cutting weeds out of the park or out of the pond. So we brought in a weed cutter and methodically cut weeds out so that the divers would have an easier time searching the area to try to get to the bottom of the pond.
Did the team also search all the weeds that they cut to make sure no items of evidence were missed?
Yes, we did. That happened over 2 days, actually. The weeds were cut, taken on a conveyor belt, transported to the Dane County Law Enforcement Training Center, laid out in different batches, and searched by hand, and also a cadaver canine ran around the different piles of weeds as well.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 460. Is this just a different view of the pond?
Yes, it is.
And that's after some of the water has been drained. Is that fair?
That is fair to say. I should backtrack. The decision initially was to drain the pond to assist the divers. As is with any plan, sometimes that changes because as the water was decreasing in the pond, it actually made it more difficult for the divers. So at that point, the decision was made to cut the weeds.
Did it become more?
Sorry, just a quick pause. So what I'm saying here, I know it sounds, I don't know how else to word it. This is what happened. They found Bart's torso, so partial remains, on July 8th of 2021, around 3 p.m. So when Chandler was in that police video, interrogation we watched on day 4, I think it was. Yeah, they'd already found Bart's torso. So they knew this is a homicide investigation and it's horrendous, but they didn't know, well, where's Krista? Where on earth is his mother? And then it was on July 14th of 2021, based on information that Kat had given them, because of that Snapchat screenshot she took, that they went to search an area where Chandler actually liked to go swimming along the Wisconsin River. We did some map time as well. I think it was on day 4. It's all timestamped for you, right? So they found only her legs. And it was a full right leg, from like the hip down to the foot. And the left leg was from her foot, like up to her thigh, right? So, and that's all they ever found of Krista. I mean, it's unimaginable. So just to think that they were searching the pond as well, like draining the pond and just searching everywhere, just looking for any sign in between those times for Krista, that must have been very stressful as well, and even knowing what they were looking for.
Difficult because of the mud.
Yes, the bottom, from what I was told, it was, there was a lot of silt at the bottom. The divers were kind of getting stuck, as they were trying to get to the bottom, feeling by hand, but also, with their feet.
And at the end of the day, was anything of evidentiary value located in the pond?
No, it was not.
Now I'm going to show you what's already been received as Exhibit 532. This is the Snapchat that the girlfriend Kat Melander took of Chandler at the Roxbury location. Did that lead to a search?
Yes, it did.
And that's the search that we've heard previously about, where the legs of Mrs. Halderson were collected.
Yes.
We heard Greg Leatherberry yesterday talk about how the trash can tested positive for blood. Based on that information, what, if any, searches did the Dane County Sheriff's Office perform?
So we actually had talked about the red staining that Deputy Leatherberry observed on the garbage can, and his plan was to test that staining, and if it tested positive for blood and then human blood, we had made the decision that we were going to search a landfill. So we had a detective, basically follow from where the truck picked up the trash at the Windsor residence, where that trash went, which ultimately was a transfer point, and it ended up in a landfill in Jefferson County, a waste management landfill. We also had confirmation that the trash went out on Monday, July 5th, 2021. And we had that information because we know the route, but also because of the surveillance video that we got from 111 Oak Springs. So we actually saw the garbage can and the recycle bin wheeled to the curb by Chandler. So based on the time frame from when the garbage went out to when we had started our investigation, we felt that it was necessary to search the landfill, knowing that that task would be, very challenging. Something that, in my experience as a detective, or actually as the Sheriff's Office for Dane County, we have never done.
Okay. And I'm showing you Exhibit 461. What in the world is Exhibit 461?
Again, this is a drone image of the landfill. It's the Deer Track landfill in Watertown, which is in Jefferson County. This was taken as part of our recon of the area. This was the area that Detective Meyerhofer had worked with the landfill management and determined that this was the cell area where we believed that the trash from the Halderson residence ended up.
Okay.
And Exhibit 462.
And we know from the Leilani Simon trial, if you didn't watch that, go check that out. The playlist is still there. Just how difficult it is to find human remains in a landfill. They had a very specific smallish area that they had to search for Quentin Simon's remains, so they were able to do that. But it took a very long time, and it was very difficult. Now, in cases like Suzanne Simpson, of course, Suzanne Morphew's remains were found elsewhere now, not a landfill, but Suzanne Simpson's case, Mamta Bart, all of those, when it's like, they know perhaps power tools were used and then there's drive-bys to landfill. It's so difficult. So I wonder if the rest of Krista's remains didn't actually end up in the landfill, because Chandler texted Kat about a landfill. He just said, oh, heading to the dump. And then he said, oh, they closed. I wonder if they were closed. I need to go look at that again, you know?
How would you describe Exhibit 462?
Again, this is just a drone image overlooking the area. You can see, I guess, to the far left of the screen, that is Interstate 94. And then kind of directly in the center of the screen, towards the bottom, is the specific cell or trash area we were going to be searching.
Exhibit 463. Could you please describe that for the jury?
Yes, 463 is, I guess, as the process was going, this was taken, as you can see, there's plastic bags all over the place, there's wood. There's actually an individual standing pretty much in the center, upper center of the picture. He's wearing a yellow shirt and blue hard hat. He's standing basically in the cell area that they searched. The cell area, if I remember right, I want to say it was 50 feet wide by 50 feet. 50 feet wide by 50 feet, and then like 10 feet deep. It was a total of 20,000 cubic feet that they searched.
And was it basically they went piece by piece?
They did. Again, that was, meetings we had to logistically plan how to do that safely because of the environment you're going in, the safety equipment that was needed. We actually, deputies that worked at the landfill for the 2 weeks that we did that had to take an OSHA training before participating in the search. And that was done with, the best safety measures we could over the time period that we were there.
Exhibit 464.
464 is yet another image of the individual standing, more just for reference to determine like how deep the trash is. The individual standing there, he's approximately 5'9". So just for like a reference point of what you're looking at, again, he's standing in the center of compacted trash. The trash is compacted numerous times. It's smashed from the time it gets taken from the curb in the truck to the transfer point. It's actually ran over with, it's almost like spikes smashed down to try to obviously tear it apart and smash it, which made it very difficult to search. You can see the torn pieces of paper, plastic, items you really can't even make out within this image.
And then finally, Exhibit 465, another picture of the dump search.
Yes, this is just a close-up, again, just trying to show the depth of the trash that was being searched.
Now, did the search team come across any items of blood?
They did.
And did those end up being of any evidentiary value?
No, they did not. I should say that we were working in conjunction with the medical examiner's office and the forensic anthropologist, Dr. Christina Figueroa Soto, as well, in case we did come across anything. There were some bones that were found, none of those determined to be human bone. There was medical waste, bags of blood, stuff like that.
And about how many people were involved in that search?
I would say each day it was approximately 10 to 12 people for a total of 10 days, that same amount each day.
Okay, and did you receive any tips from citizens throughout this investigation?
Look at Chandler. What are you writing? He's probably writing a letter to Kat, huh? At this point in time. When it happened. January of 2022. Oh, my word.
We did.
About how many of those would you estimate?
I would say between 30 and 40.
And was each tip followed up on?
Yes.
Did one of those tips result in a search of the Lord of Love Church?
Yes, it did.
Windsor, Wisconsin?
Yes, it did.
How long would, and can you just tell me about that property and how it was searched?
Yep, so that tip came in, I want to say 2 weeks into the investigation. I want to say it was July 17th that we actually searched that area. The church itself is located south of the Halderson home, so in close distance-wise to the home. So we put a search team together based on the information from the tipster that there was an odor coming from some of the grass property that was behind the church. There's also like a walkway around that area. Ultimately, it was determined there was actually some sewer work being done in that area. We did search it with a large search team, a cadaver canine, and ultimately located nothing.
Did you guys also search the town of Burke Park, which is right outside of Sun Prairie, Wisconsin?
Yes, we did.
Why did you search that area?
Throughout the investigation, we were talking to numerous witnesses, people that knew Chandler Halderson. We had received information from some of the people that we interviewed that it was a park that Mr. Halderson or Chandler would frequent or had been to in the past. It's a very rural park. There's a waterway there. There's a bridge and a large field you can walk across. So we thought using our resources on the same day of the Lord of Love search, we would search the town of Burke Park to determine if we could find any evidence there, and ultimately we did not.
Was the Pine Island Wildlife Area in Portage, Wisconsin searched?
Yes, it was.
Why was that area searched?
At that point in the investigation, when we decided to search that area, we had received cell phone records from Chandler's cell phone. So this had been weeks into the investigation. We worked with an analyst who mapped his cell phone records, and we had determined that there was a trip to the Pine Island Wildlife Area, which is in Columbia County, which is an area that is along the Wisconsin River. Chandler was out there late in the evening between 10:30 and 11 at night. His cell phone was in that area for several minutes, and we just thought, based on all of the information we had so far in our investigation, how we had found, at this point, Krista Halderson's legs at the Wisconsin River in Roxbury, we thought we needed to search that area up in Portage as well.
And does that area run along the Wisconsin River?
It does.
And did you have your dive team out to that location?
Yes, we did. We actually conducted a search over a couple of different days. Just the landscape overall is challenging. There's bogs and different waterways. The area in which we searched, it was right along Levee Road, which is a levee that butts up to the Wisconsin River. That river itself, the water level fluctuates quite a bit, and it also has a strong current. So we had searched it on foot with search teams one day, and ultimately deciding that we would try and put our divers into the water after a cadaver canine had alerted along the banks of one of the search areas. The Dane County Sheriff's Office dive team did go out there one day, also with the DNR and Columbia County Sheriff's Office. And one of our divers did get in the water, and immediately upon getting in the water, it was realized that it was very dangerous. It was something that our dive team had not done before in the Wisconsin River. Due to the current and just how strong the current was, it was such a dangerous situation that we basically pulled him back into the boat and did no more searching there.
But you mentioned a cadaver dog did alert along the shore.
Yes, we utilized a couple of different officers that have cadaver canines that are employed at the City of Madison Police Department, and we did a mutual aid request for their assistance.
No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much, Detective. You can return back to the table.
No, thank you. Okay, we've got 20 seconds left of trial footage, and I just want to show you one thing on the probable cause affidavit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a point where I'm advised by the state it is a good point to break.
Day 7, next. Okay, you want me to play the whole thing? Look. Ooh. Okay, so now we've completed day 6. So let me just quickly bring up, where's this document that I have? Hold on one second. Just want to quickly show you this. Yes. Okay. And now we'll resize it for you quickly because it's just, I forgot about this. And then someone said it in chat yesterday and a few people emailed me about it as well. Like, remember that? I'm like, oh yeah. So it says here, okay. Let's start from here. I'll zoom in a little bit as well. And let's make myself a little bigger. Okay, unsolicited comments or spontaneous utterances is what they're talking about on the day of Chandler Halderson's arrest. We watched the interrogation video in full on day 4. And so, yeah, we saw it up to the point where he said, lawyer. That's all he could say. Not, I want a lawyer, just said, lawyer. So here they said, Detective Hendrickson reports towards the end of the interview at approximately 6:41 p.m. the defendant invoked his rights to an attorney and the interview concluded. The defendant was advised he was under arrest at that point in time and was taken into custody. As Detective Hendrickson and the defendant were walking towards booking, he made an unsolicited comment that he wanted to go back up and would tell me everything. Detective Hendrickson informed the defendant he could not speak with him any longer regarding his missing parents, as he had invoked his right to an attorney only minutes earlier. The defendant then asked something to the extent of, what if I want to tell you everything with an attorney there to guide me? Detective Hendrickson informed the defendant that would be entirely his decision to make it a later time, but at this point he was not going to be questioning him any further about his missing parents, as again, he had invoked his right to an attorney. The defendant then proceeded to make another unsolicited comment that he again wanted to tell me everything. During the course of completing the booking paperwork, specifically the booking sheet and the medical intake questionnaire, the defendant had asked something to the effect of what was different in comparison to when he was interviewed yesterday compared to this date. I mean, duh, what's different? What did you find? Everything. I would. Detective Hendrickson's response to the defendant at that point in time was they had found something, and the defendant had become very wide-eyed, similar to his reaction when prior to invoking his right to an attorney and made a comment to the extent of, you don't know the whole story. Don't they just always say that? You don't know the whole story. Right. During the court, now we do, after this trial, right? My word. We're only on day 6. We've still got day 7, 8, 9, and 10 to complete. I think day 10 will complete, we'll do the verdict and the sentencing as well. Anyway, so they said during the course of completing the booking questionnaire, Detective Hendrickson asked the defendant if he was wanting to end his own life. I got to say that because YouTube, this is YouTube's #1 most sensitive word of all time. And his response to Detective Hendrickson's question was that he didn't feel bad about what I did. That's what I wanted to read you. Sorry, what? So he says, he asks Chandler if he's having like dark thoughts, you know, wanting to end his own life. And Chandler's response is, he didn't feel bad about what he did. That sentence right there is like, wow. And so it goes on, right? So we've well, actually, I don't think we've read through this before as a community. I'm not sure about that. Maybe we should at some point. But yeah, this is just that's that probable cause affidavit. As you can see here, thank you to Grizzly Cat for sending me a fresh copy of this because, yeah, I had to organize all my files. And sometimes I lose things like this because it was 2 years ago or longer, 3 years ago. Okay, so count 1, you can see first degree intentional homicide. Count 2, false info on kidnapped or missing persons. Count 3, mutilating a corpse. And count 4, hiding a corpse. And then it's repeated. There's 8 charges that he faced in this trial. There's one other thing I wanted to quickly see. Snapchat. Okay, Wisconsin River Canvas. I just wanted to double check this because they didn't tell us in today's testimony the exact date. You know, they said the time, but not the date that the Snapchat, when Chandler was out there near the Wisconsin River where they found Krista's partial remains. So they said Detective Blank reports that he reviewed photos and other data acquired from, now we know that's Kat Melinda's phone, obtained between July 1st of 2021 and July 8th of 2021. Detective Blank noted there was a photo located with a created, accessed, and modified date of July 3rd at 8:58:34 a.m. The photo depicts a map which appears to have generated either from Snapchat or the Find My application available on iPhones. The photograph appears to be in the, someone told me previously how to say that, Sauk City area in the upper left hand. The time recorded is 8:58 a.m. In the center of the screen, the word Roxbury appears along with the temperature of 67 degrees Fahrenheit. This photo appears to have been taken on the eastern vicinity of the Wisconsin River from the City Prairie du Sac area. The Ruth Culver Community Library can be seen as a landmark. So there we know that that Snapchat was taken and it showed Chandler, hubby, near that Wisconsin River area where his mother's partial remains were found on July 3rd of 2021 at 8:58 a.m. So he went there in the morning. So the 3rd would be a Saturday. So that's what he was doing on Saturday morning. So on the 2nd, he went to buy a tarp. On the 1st, he murdered his parents. And then he went to go and buy 2 bags of ice. So we can already know the dismemberment was starting. And we saw the Fireplace presentation as well. Then on the 2nd, he had gone to Fleet Farm to buy a tarp. Then on the 3rd, he had gone to this Wisconsin River area to dispose of his mother's partial remains. We don't know where the rest of Krista is, unfortunately, and that's very sad. And then on the 4th, he went to go have his little 4th of July lunch, pretending everything is normal, going to fireworks. And it was on the 5th that he went to take a bin, a tarp, the murder weapon, his father's torso, and a bag of bloody rags, as well as a lot of tools that he used to dismember his parents, and dropped all of that on Cress's property, all over the place, in the barn, in an oil drum, just all over the place. Like, what the heck, man? It's a lot. It's a lot to even keep track of his own timeline. I mean, with his police interview, the timeline he presented was not really what was going on, because he didn't mention Fleet Farm. Obviously not. He wouldn't. But like, hello, dumbass. They've got surveillance cameras everywhere. They're going to get you. He's like, how will they know? They're going to know. All right. So we are now going to be teleporting to day 7. So hold on 1 second for me. And then I'm going to put the link in the chat and we're going to play the outro. And then you should be automatically teleported there, which in YouTube terms means redirected there. Okay. I hope it works out. Yesterday, people, they ended up in a different, I don't know. They ended up like on day 5, but then the chat was, I don't know what was going on. YouTube's doing some updates. So what it means is wait for the outro to play. Once it's finished, wait a few seconds. You'll see a blank screen and then you should be automatically teleported there. Okay. So again, give me just 10 seconds. I just want to make sure I'm going to send you to the right place. And then we'll all go over there and then I'll say hi to you in chat over there. And then we'll be all ready for tomorrow. I'm looking forward to watching the former friend, Andrew Smith's testimony with you tomorrow, because that one is very interesting and he's very snarky as well. So that's interesting to watch as well. Are we ready, everyone? Thank you, mods. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you to everyone who bought stickers and liked and shared and commented and subscribed. We almost at 283,000 subs. So if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. You might just be the one who gets us to the next the next milestone. It's not really a big milestone, that one. We're waiting for 400, but kick us to the 383 mark. All right, everyone. I will see you on day 7. Stay safe. And again, thank you to everyone.